Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I would like to call this Bloomington City Council meeting to order tonight, Monday, September 12th, 2022. Thanks for joining us here in the chambers. Thanks for joining us online. We'll start our meeting as we always do. If you could please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all, and once again, welcome. First item on our agenda is the approval of tonight's agenda. And Council, it is a lengthy one. There's a lot of stuff here. We've got 3 introductory items, a couple of proclamations, and an introduction of a new employee. Our consent business by Councilmember Nelson will consist of 12 items. Then we move into 11, count them 11, public hearings under item 4, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. And then under our organizational business, it gets busy as well. We've got 5 items there, including item 5.1, which is a resolution adopting the preliminary 2023 tax levy, the resolution adopting the preliminary 2023 general fund budget, the preliminary approval of the HRA levy and consent of the Port Authority levy for 2023, and the Natural Resources Management Plan update. So we do have a busy agenda. Council, are there any changes or additions to tonight's agenda? Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm just wondering if there are maybe a few of those public hearings where there might be some increased public interest in participating. So I'm thinking of the old Cedar Avenue traffic intersections, or that study, or the data center ordinance. Just wondering if we want to move them up in the.
I understand what you're saying. The public hearings for the public nuisance abatements and the tree removal assessments and so on, I don't expect those are going to take too long.
Okay.
I think we should be able to get through those in a fairly expeditious manner.
Sure. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well. It sounds like a dare. Yes, exactly.
No, that makes sense.
So we should be able to get through those fairly quickly. So, Council, anything else? If not, I will move tonight's public agenda for our council meeting on this Monday night.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the agenda. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. And as we have talked about, we just did talk about, council, given the length of the agenda and the number of things that we do have on the agenda, I'd ask you to make sure that your questions and comments are succinct and to the point, and that we get through our business and our work just as quickly as possible, or as expeditiously as possible, if you could. Greatly appreciated. So we have an agenda, and we'll move to item 2 on our agenda, which is the introductory items. And our first introductory items are 2 proclamations. So I am going to go down, making sure I have the proclamations. I do. Very good. As I said, we've got 2 proclamations this evening. The first is a proclamation in honor of Latinx Hispanic Heritage Month. And Latinx Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated nationally from September 15th to October 15th. And it recognizes the significant contributions and heritages of people from the Latinx and Hispanic community, both here in Bloomington and across the country. Proclamation, the Latinx Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2022. Whereas in 1988, the United States Congress adopted a resolution designating September 15th to October 15th of each year as National Hispanic Heritage Month. And whereas September 15th is the anniversary of independence for 5 Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, and Mexico achieved independence on September 16th, and Chile achieved independence on September 18th. And whereas this month's theme, Unidos, Inclusivity for a Stronger Nation, is a time to reflect on the future of the city of Bloomington and the significant role that the Latinx Hispanic community has had and will have on our city's innovation, economy, cultural assets, and identity. And whereas the Latinx Hispanic community's rich cultural heritage has had a profound influence on our country through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and services, and they have enhanced and shaped our national heritage with centuries of old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their community. And whereas the city of Bloomington is home to more than 8,000 Latinx Hispanic residents, the city of Bloomington remains committed to ensure Latinx Hispanic residents who call Bloomington home have every opportunity to achieve their dreams, feel safe, feel welcomed and embraced, despite the ongoing challenges in social justice and civil rights that exist within our society. And whereas honoring and celebrating the history, achievements, contributions, and diversity of the Latinx Hispanic community will build and foster relationships between all communities throughout Minnesota. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Tim Bussey, Mayor of the City of Bloomington, Minnesota, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2022 as Latinx Hispanic Heritage Month, dated this 12th day of September, 2022. Happy to read this, and this is an annual proclamation that we do, and I'm always happy to do it because it really does reaffirm the city's commitment to embrace the Latinx and Hispanic residents and providing them with the opportunity to be recognized and the opportunity to achieve their dreams and their hopes and what they're hoping to accomplish in their lives and with their families here in the city of Bloomington. So happy to make the proclamation today. And we have a second proclamation as well. This for the National POW MIA Recognition Day, which is September 16th in 2022. And the third Friday of September is recognized as this day each year to remember the sacrifices of prisoners of war and members of the armed services who are still missing in action. Proclamation, National POW MIA Recognition Day, September 16th, 2022. Whereas throughout our nation's history, men and women have bravely served our nation in the United States Armed Forces and fought to protect our freedom. And whereas many of those who served in conflict did not return home and remain missing in action or unaccounted for. And whereas Congress passed a resolution in 1979 authorizing observance of National POW MIA Recognition Day, which now takes place annually on the third Friday of September. And whereas POW MIA Recognition Day remembers and honors those Americans who were prisoners of war and those who served and never returned home. And whereas the U.S. Department of Defense continues to search for the missing, fulfilling the nation's promise to leave no service member behind. And whereas it is appropriate that we pay tribute to personnel who never returned from combat, to those who suffered as prisoners of war, and to all members of the military who have defended our nation. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Tim Bussey, do hereby proclaim September 16th, 2022, as POW MIA Recognition Day in Bloomington, and I direct that the black and white flag symbolizing Americans' prisoners of war and missing in action be flown at Bloomington Civic Plaza and the Public Works Building in memory of the sacrifices these members of our armed forces have given on behalf of our nation. Dated this 12th day of September, 2022. Happy to read this proclamation also on an annual basis, and happy also that we're able to fly the flags both here at City Hall and over at Public Works. And also am proud that in my office, in my array of flags that I do have, I also include a POW MIA flag because it just seems to fit along with our Minnesota flag, our United States flag, obviously, and our City of Bloomington flag. And it's something that I know that it has a special meaning, and I'm proud to display it on a regular basis in my office here in City Hall. And we'll be happy to see it flying above City Hall and Public Works in the coming weeks. So thank you all very much. These are our proclamations for this evening. Item 2.3 on our agenda is the introduction of new employees. And we've been doing this for a while now, introducing our new employees at council meetings, and so that members of the public can see our new employees and meet them. And so when they see them either here at City Hall or in the Public Works Building or on the streets, that they recognize them as City of Bloomington employees, and they're a familiar face. And frankly, I'm glad we do this. This is kind of an enjoyable thing, and I'm glad we're continuing to do it. Tonight, we have from our Public Works Department, Abdi Abduli. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah.
Look at that. How about that? Thanks. Well, good evening. Welcome. And I know, Julie, you're going to introduce him. Thank you.
Yeah. Abdi's been with us a little over a year, but because of COVID, he didn't get an introduction. So we twisted his arm and brought him. So he's newer, but not brand new. So he has some experience with Bloomington. He was originally born in Somalia, but grew up in Minneapolis. He went to Dakota County Technical College to become an engineering technician. He worked a little bit for the city of St. Paul and then made the great move over to the city of Bloomington. He's continuing to pursue his engineering education at the University of North Dakota online. and he enjoys outdoor activities and his spending time with his 4 children. This is Abdi.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm glad to be here tonight with you guys and here with the traffic engineering and public works. I enjoy every little time that I'm here. The time that I'm off, usually I enjoy with my kids. Anytime that I can get outside. So, Minnesota, sometimes it can get cold. So whenever you get chance to do it, go do it outside, right? Either you got to do a bike, you got to soccer, you got to do whatever you got to do, some activities. So thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here with us tonight. I'm sorry it took you a year. I see we're not that tough a crowd here. This is we're friendly. We're happy to see you here. We're very glad that you're here and happy to welcome you in person, face to face.
I know. We're back.
Very
right?
good. Thank you.
In person. Thank you.
Nice to see you tonight. Thank you. Item 3 on our agenda is our consent business. Councilmember Nelson has our consent agenda tonight. Councilmember Nelson.
Sorry, microphone. Thank you, Mayor. I have a hold on item 3.3, and I don't have a hold on item 310, but Councilmember Lohman will have comments later in the evening and issue an update on that. That is all I heard about. Does anybody else have anything? I'll also hold 3.1, as is normal. So I will move approval of item 3.2 and 3.4 through 3.12.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Nelson, second by Councilmember Lohman to accept tonight's consent agenda as stated. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Why don't we start with item 3.3? We'll double back to the donations. Item 3.3.
That was Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councilmember Nelson. I mostly just wanted to kind of call out. We may discuss this in our council business at the end of the day, at the end of the night, the organizational business. But for folks that are following along, I know that part of what the Port Authority discussed was a breakout, if you will. I guess there's maybe a new cost center or something for how you're handling the budget item associated with the broader context that we've asked the Port Authority to assume for the balance of the city, including creative placemaking and other things like that. Is there a way you can kind of point us to the high points of what was in the packet to help us understand exactly what we should see as the differentiator there? And like I said, if we're going to get to more of that later in the evening, that's fine too. But while we have folks in attendance here.
Ms. Economy-Scholler.
Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro, in the council packet tonight is 2 Port Authority budgets. In the past, we've only had one, which is their general fund. Because of the potential possible Port Authority levy, we've now created a second one, which would be a special revenue fund for them. So one's a general fund, one's a special revenue fund. And the development fund has about $1.4 million in there as a possible levy amount that would come in. And so if there's changes in the levy piece like that, this is again a budget that the Port Authority has approved. The council is just approving receipt of these, and we would move forward. These 2 would be coming forward in the future about this time to December. Normally, the port comes in December, but we're moving earlier this year, so we thought we'd just take care of it all at one time.
Okay, so just to be clear, the first budget is the budget that is identified by uses the dollars that are essentially operational to the Port Authority. The second one, the special levy budget, is the one we want to focus on as related, or the special budget is related to the levy amount that we're going to look at later tonight.
Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro, that one's going to be labeled the development fund.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. Thanks for the context.
Yeah, thank you.
With that, I'm happy to move if you'd like me to, or would you like to do it?
Oh, you go.
Okay, great. So I will move to adopt a resolution to acknowledge the receipt of the 2023 Port Authority General Fund and Development Fund budgets as presented.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Nelson to accept item 3.3 on our consent of business tonight. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Item 3.1, Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just quickly before that, I just want to mention that the 3.10 that Councilmember Lohman wants to talk about later is regarding the grant for firefighters. And so just so people that aren't following along on the agenda, just a quick note on that. That'll come up later in the evening. 3.1, as is customary, is our acceptance of donations. And as always, our community is very generous. And so I want to thank a few people. Chris O'Donnell for providing some food for our public, for the Bloomington Police Department. The Wegmillers for donating to the animal control, which is something that this council has talked about and taking a look at how to support them and make some improvements there. The next one, Twin Cities Pride for supporting our wonderful Bloomington Pride event that was here not too long ago. And then last, I think is an important one, just to call recognition to Fong's, made a very generous donation. And I know that they presented one of the large checks, and the mayor happened to be there at Neighborhood Night Out to receive that. So just if you had any additional comments on that.
I don't. If anybody watching didn't see, I think it was very well publicized and very well should have been. Fong's, for their 64 years of existence here in the city of Bloomington, donated 2 checks, one $3,200 each, one to the Bloomington Police Department, one to the Bloomington Fire Department. And in addition, they also sponsored, each year we do a drawing for National Night Out for one of the lucky neighborhoods gets a catered meal. And this year Fong's insisted on being the organization, the restaurant that catered that meal. And so we had the opportunity to go there and to stand and have time to talk with David and Eddie Fong and to congratulate them on their retirement and thank them for all that they have done for the city of Bloomington, thank them for the donations to both the police department and to the fire department. We also had very good food, and it was just a very, very nice gesture on behalf of the Fongs after, as I said, 64 years in this community and 64 years as deeply part of this community, that they were willing and enthusiastically able to do that. And so thank you to them once again. I know we thank them. We took a very nice picture. I think you're right, we had the big golf tournament-sized checks that we had, and we took the picture, and it was very fun. But boy, a heartfelt thanks to David and Eddie and the entire Fong family and everybody who worked for so many decades at Fong's. And we're going to miss you. We really are. We already miss you. It doesn't seem the same driving past there and seeing no one in the parking lot.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to make sure that recognition was there. And obviously thanks to the Fongs and thanks to the community for supporting a small business in our community, a local business there for over 64 years so that they could retire and move on to the next phase of their lives and careers. So with that, I would move approval of item 3.1.
Motion by Councilmember Nelson, second by Councilmember Coulter to accept item 3.1 on tonight's consented business. Hearing no further council discussion on this, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 4 on our agenda, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. As I mentioned, we have 11 public hearings tonight. And the first handful, I think the first 5 or so, are basically assessments for a variety of different things. We obviously have we have within our city code, within our city standards and our city ordinances, what the expectations are for a variety of issues. How the length of weeds in your yard, the nuisance abatements, different things like that. And I know our staff works toward resolution on all of these, and as a last resort ends up cleaning or doing or mowing or correcting whatever violation we have. And unfortunately, a lot of those times, if that happens, then they have to be assessed for the cost of the work that is done. I know it's not the first choice, but often it's what we end up with. And so those will be a number of the things that we're talking about tonight, including item 4.1, which is a public hearing on our public nuisance abatement assessment. And our CFO, Lori Economy-Scholler, is here. Ms. Economy-Scholler.
So Mayor and Council, I will do a short overview of all 5 of these at one time, and then we'll go through each one separately. So on the next slide. So in the overview, you click on the overview. So in July 1st, my department and other city departments get all of the special assessment notices all ready to go out into the mail and are mailed out. August 11th, we publish it in the Sun Current. Those that are still outstanding, not the person's name, but their address, their PIN number, type of information and the amount. That kind of peer pressure does help get a lot more funding and assessments paid. And then by August 31st, we had an administrative hearing. There were 3 that came in under the civil fine to have questions answered and asked and answered. And Melissa's team, the city attorney's team, made those answers for them. Tonight is the assessment hearing, and then we will file what is still outstanding. And so they will still have the window between now and pretty much the end of November to pay off these amounts. Unfortunately, with tonight's piece, there will be a little administrative fee that's added onto it. But there's that piece of it. The different types of assessments are on the next slide. So there's public nuisance, and those are property conditions declared to be nuisance affecting public peace, welfare and safety, tree removal, and there's always areas that with a different ash borer, Dutch elm, oak wilt, those type of tree removals are in that. There's weed and brush removal, delinquent utilities, and then civil fines. On the next slide, we don't have the utility billing on here because just the dollar amount of the assessment would make the graph unreadable at the lower levels. So here is just looking at the civil fines, and the furthest column to the right is 2022, and you see that, all of these seem to be getting smaller except for tree removal. A lot more trees with emerald ash borer are needing to be removed. On the next slide are just the number of properties. So this one does include utility billing, but as you can see in 2022, there's 11 properties for those trees, making up that $28,000. So the numbers on trees, again, over 2019, 2020, 2021, and now in 2022, you can see just a variation of numbers areas there. And then on the next slide, we just added some more graphics on dollar amounts and how public nuisance and abatements, pretty close as things are moving there. Next one. On tree removal, again, just watching the numbers and the changing of the dollars. The next one would be on brush and weed. So that one has a little bit of volatility, 25 people to 23, the graph looks large for just 2 people different each year. The next slide. Delinquent utilities, as you see here, the number of properties, about 853 properties at the point that the envelopes went out the door. You'll see tonight that that number is down, and 726,000 was outstanding on that. So moving on. So civil fines, again, the number of civil fines are down. The dollar amount per fine is up a little bit. And moving on to the public nuisance abatement. So asking for the public hearing on the public nuisance abatement item. If there's any questions on the information that you received on just the numbers and pieces of that.
Council, any questions regarding the public nuisance abatement? Councilmember Lohman, a question?
Oh, I think I ask this every year. When we look at the fines or assessments that are given out, has staff found out any any trends or any driving factors in terms of why we see these numbers in each one, or is it just a variety of different reasons, or is there no way of finding out what the drivers are?
Mayor and Councilmember Lohman, all of these are throughout the city. They're not, depending on where the population, if there's a heat map, it might be more in the northeast just because we have a higher density of people there. But the trees, the weeds, the nuisance are throughout the city, pretty scattered. So there's not real definition why someone can't afford a tree removal or that type of thing. I mean, the tree removals are getting to be more and more expensive, $4,000 to $5,000 to remove a stump or a tree, and if it's over a garage or if there's wires nearby, they're climbing. It's a dangerous job.
Okay. And I think it's important to point out, I mean, I appreciate the dollar amounts, appreciate the numbers, but you consider, I mean, 14 civil out of, what, 26,000 properties that we have in the city of Bloomington. And, I mean, if you throw a business in there, we're in 36,000 properties if you throw businesses in there. This isn't a huge number. This isn't an enormous number. And as I said, I know that our environmental health and safety works toward compliance. They work hard toward compliance. And to get to this point is the end of a long process where they have not been able to get compliance. So, Councilmember D'Alessandro?
Thank you, Mayor. As a follow-up to your question or your comment there, is that true of our utilities process as well, or is that a little bit more operationalized? I mean, environmental health wouldn't be doing that, so I'm just kind of curious. The largest number on here, obviously, is utility delinquency.
Yep, you're right. And that's a good question. And to be honest, I'm not sure. I do believe that we continue to work toward compliance and work with folks to try and get back pay on utilities, but I don't know to what level. Certainly, it is different. Money owed for utilities as opposed to, look, just, cut down the dead tree or
Right.
cut your yard, that kind of thing is a different kind of conversation.
Right.
Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro, we work with all of the customers should they request our assistance to, if they're having trouble paying their bill with outside organizations like Veep, to help them. I believe Veep and those might help them with one, maybe two of their utility bills, but not on a consistent basis. We set up payment plans all the time for them. And so long as they consistently meet their payment plan that they signed off on, they're not on this list.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll ask a couple more questions around utilities when we get to that section.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. So, Ms. Economy Shoulder, you've done the overview, and now we're going to go each individual public hearing here. Is that what the plan was?
Yes, please, Mayor.
Okay, very good. That'll work. Thank you. Very good. I will open the public hearing on item 4.1 now. This is a public hearing regarding public nuisance abatement assessment. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to speak to item 4.1 tonight? No one coming forward?
Mr. Mayor, council members, no one is on the line.
Thank you. Look at you reading my mind. One last call in the chambers here. I see no one coming forward. Council, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.1.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Lohman to close the public hearing on item 4.1. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0, closing the public hearing. Council, any additional questions on the public nuisance abatement assessments? If not, I would look for action.
Mayor, I can make the motion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move to adopt a resolution adopting the assessment role for public nuisance abatements.
Motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Carter to adopt the resolution adopting the. Oh, I'm sorry. I heard incorrectly. Councilmember D'Alessandro with the second. My apologies. To adopt the resolution adopting the assessment role for public nuisance abatements. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 4.2 is a public hearing regarding tree removal assessments. Council, any additional questions? We have one additional question on tree removal assessments. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Well, and we can table this for maybe a longer term discussion, Mr. Mayor. I don't know. I'm wondering if our process for assessing these fees and removing these trees includes replacement program, and if it doesn't, can it? Like, I'm just kind of curious if there's an option as part of that we offer a tree that won't get ash borer, for example, as a replacement for the tree that we're removing.
I don't know that off the top of my head. Ms. Economy Shoulder, do we have a tree replacement program?
Public Works offers to sell trees in the spring each year for a general sum of about $50, and there's a variety of trees that a resident can choose from. But if it is in our public land that the city owns, we are replacing it with trees that we've gathered and we've healed in and we've moved those through. And if I didn't answer that correctly, Julie Longwell could come up and answer that, but I think I've heard that before, but that would be how we
I think the
replace
answer to your
trees.
question, Councilmember, is no, that there isn't a free replacement program in place. However, I know that the the trees for sale are a fairly low cost that Public Works does every year.
I guess my point, Mr. Mayor, and again, we can table this for a later discussion, but the idea that adding $50 to this number to give people a tree at the same time we're pulling it out seems like it would be a good thing, and we'd end up a little bit more balanced in our, removal replacement process as we're trying to keep within our climate change targets there. So we can throw it out there for later, but seems like an easy thing to do. They're already there.
And I would agree, and I think it would be worth a conversation, especially in light of the Inflation Reduction Act. I know there are hundreds of millions of dollars for tree planting in that
Great.
law, so that might be something we want
Thank
to
you.
talk about.
Thank you. With that, I'm happy to make the
Councilmember Nelson, Councilmember Nelson, we have to open the public hearing as well.
My bad, sorry.
Councilmember Nelson?
Thank you, Mayor, and I know this is something we've talked about in the past, but I'm just wondering if there's been any consideration on the dead tree portion of this. I remember Councilmember Beloga had often spoke about this, and there's a number of dead trees, but I think we can go after diseased easier. And have we taken a look at what our ordinances are to remove those hazards from falling down on houses and cars and stuff?
Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My recollection, and the city attorney next to me, who has better recollections than I do, I think we discussed the dead tree versus diseased tree quite at length, and whether there was city authority to order those to be removed. And again, it comes down to the hazard evaluation. And I don't think anything has changed in terms of how we approach that since we've had that conversation. And if a tree is threatening, then we will order it to be removed. But that's as far as we can go with the dead tree. Yeah.
Any other questions, council? If not, I will open the public hearing on item 4.2. This is a public hearing regarding tree removal assessments. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to speak to item 4.2? No one coming forward. Mr. Sable, is there anyone on the phone?
Mr. Mayor, there's no one on the phone.
Last call in the council chambers? No one coming forward. Council, I look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.2.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to close the public hearing on item 4.2. No further council discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Council, any questions? If not, I would look for action on item 4.2.
Mayor, I'm happy to make the motion.
Councilmember Martin.
I will move that we adopt a resolution adopting the assessment role for delinquent tree removal costs.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to adopt the resolution adopting an assessment role for delinquent tree removal costs. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 4.3 is a public hearing. This is on the weed and brush removal assessments. Council, any clarifications needed from Ms. Long on this one? Or excuse me, from Ms. Economy Scholler on this one? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. This is a public hearing on item 4.3, weed and brush removal assessments. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak on this item? No one coming forward. Mr. Sable, anyone on the phone?
Mr. Mayor, no one is on the phone.
No one coming forward. No one on the phone. Last call. Council, I would look for a motion to close item 4.3.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 4.3. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Council, any additional questions or comments? If not, I'd look for action. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Yes, happy to do that, sir. Sorry. I was on to the next one already. That's not good. This is 4.3, right? Adopt a resolution adopting the assessment role for weed and brush removal costs.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the resolution adopting the assessment role for weed and brush removal costs. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Item 4.4, this is also a public hearing. This regarding delinquent water, sewer, stormwater drainage, garbage recycling, and organics assessments. Council, any questions on Ms. Long on this one? Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor. So I guess maybe this is something we can't answer right now, but I'd like to know a little bit more about it. The breakdown of this for folks, you mentioned that if folks are on a plan with us, they're not on this list, so that must mean that they're not. What is the commercial versus residential breakdown of this, if we have that? And if so, then do we have like a net, like how far out it is? I guess, you know, is this like 30, 60, 90, 120, 180, now it's due, like kind of thing? Or how does it generally get prompted? Because utilities work different, I think, than the other assessments we've talked about tonight.
Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro, I don't have that level of detailed information of the breakdown between commercial and residential and how delinquent these amounts are.
Yeah.
So the
okay.
delinquent can be anywhere between like 90 and older.
90 plus?
Yeah.
For sure, okay. Mr. Mayor, I'll put it in org business at the end, then maybe we could look at that. What I'm interested in is understanding whether this is a long tail related to pandemic and, you know, economic challenges for majority of our residential customers, or do we have like commercial properties who are struggling because their people aren't back to work or whatever, if we could get any kind of insights as a result. Thank you.
Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro, just to give you an idea of numbers, as of today, there's 639 accounts still outstanding. A year ago, when we had this public hearing, it was 631, so 8 less in accounts. And 1 year before that, in 2020, it was 641. So, I mean, we're right in that window of 10 or so that are still outstanding, you know, between 641, 631, 639. So it's not escalating.
That'll lead me to a couple of other questions. Okay. So I'll table. Thank you.
Council, anything additional? If not, I will open this public hearing on item 4.4. This is a public hearing regarding delinquent water, sewer, stormwater drainage, garbage, recycling, and organics assessments. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to item 4.4 on tonight's agenda? No one coming forward. Mr. Sable?
Mr. Mayor, no one on the line.
Council, no one on the line, no one coming forward in the council chambers. I would look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.4.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Carter, second by Councilmember Coulter to close the public hearing on item 4.4. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Council, any clarifications needed? Anything else on this? If not, I'd look for action on it. Councilmember Carter.
I would move to adopt a resolution adopting the assessment role for delinquent water, sewer, stormwater drainage, garbage, recycling, and organics assessments.
Motion by Councilmember Carter, second by Councilmember Martin on item 4.4. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. 4.5 is a public hearing regarding civil fines for property-related violation assessments. Council, any clarification needed on this one? If not, I will open the public hearing on item 4.5. Public hearing for civil fines for property-related violation assessments. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak on item 4.5? No one coming forward. Mr. Sable.
Mr. Mayor, no new callers.
Thank you. Council, no one on the phone, no one coming forward. I look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.5. Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 4.5. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Council, any questions? If not, I'd look for action.
I can make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution adopting the assessment role for unpaid civil penalties and fines.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the resolution adopting an assessment role for unpaid civil penalties and fines. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Economist-Schiller. Thank you for this, and thanks for bringing this forward. Thank you, council, for working through that. Now we'll head forward on our public hearings. Just item 4.6. This is a public hearing on a new therapeutic massage enterprise license for Phoenix Acupressure and Massage. Mr. Junker, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Actually kind of misleading, not new, existing, been with us for quite some time, but switching locations. And because the license goes with the location, she had to make a new application, but very easy for us. So just looking for your approval on the new spot.
Council, any questions on this of Mr. Junker on this item? No questions? I will open the public hearing on item 4.6. This for a new therapeutic massage enterprise license for Phoenix Acupressure and Massage. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak on this public hearing? No one coming forward. Mr. Sable?
Mr. Mayor, council members, no one on the line.
Council, no one on the line, no one coming forward. I look for a motion to close item 4.6 tonight.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Carter, second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 4.6. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move to approve the Therapeutic Massage Enterprise License for Phoenix Acupressure Massage LLC.
Motion by Councilmember Carter, second by Councilmember Martin to approve the Therapeutic Massage Enterprise License for Phoenix Acupressure Massage LLC. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Item 4.7 is a public hearing on a new on-sale intoxicating liquor license application. This for Lifetime Fitness. Mr.
Yes,
Junker.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Lifetime's just wrapping up some remodeling, if you will, over at their facility on the west side, all surrounding their new pickleball setup. And with that is a little restaurant and lounge area. And so they wanted to go with full liquor license. Checking into this, it looks like they've done this at a few of their other locations, so we're kind of coming late to the game on that one.
Council, any questions?
I do have one, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
I would like to see the video of people playing pickleball after partaking in said liquor license. I play pickleball and I cannot do it under the influence, I'm sure. So please let me know if they are making that available. Thank you.
Well, my question is spending a half hour on the treadmill and then spending time polishing the guns and then you go knock back a beer or so. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but I'm not going to question it. Not going to question it. Council, I will open this public hearing on item 4.7. It's a new on-sale intoxicating liquor license application for Lifetime Fitness. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to item 4.7? No one coming forward. Mr. Sable, anyone on the line?
Mr. Mayor, there is no one on the line.
No one on the line, no one coming forward. Council, I'd look for a motion to close item 4.7, the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to close the public hearing on item 4.7. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Council, any questions? If not, I'd look for action on item 4.7.
Mayor, I can make that motion.
Councilmember Martin.
I will move that we approve the on-sale intoxicating liquor license for LFT Club Operations Company Incorporated, doing business as Lifetime Fitness.
Councilmember Martin with the motion, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to approve the on-sale intoxicating liquor license for LFT Club Operations Company, doing business as Lifetime Fitness. No further discussion on this, council. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Item 4.8 is a public hearing. This on an amendment to the on-sale liquor license for 9 Mile Brewing. Mr. Junker.
Mr. Mayor and Council, you did this a couple months ago for their 1.5-year birthday. Now they're going to have an Oktoberfest, so same idea, almost the same blueprint as a couple months ago.
Council, any questions of Mr. Junker? Councilmember Coulter, then Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. To that point, I mean, has there been any? I don't know if this is even possible, but has there been any discussion or thought about some kind of regular amendment to their license so that they maybe have a set number of days or something like that where they do this rather than having to come back to us every single time they want to have some kind of party in their back parking lot there?
Mr. Junker?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Coulter, no, there hasn't. Again, a liquor license is for a specific compacting contiguous space. So anytime this little bubble occurs, an establishment needs to apply for that amendment. It needs to be on record with us, so in case a state inspector or anybody else comes by and sees that boundary is adjusted for that time frame, that we all are on the same page. And then looking for those same boundary lines that you would. So again, some sort of snow fence or cones or things, so we identify that the beer stays on this side of the line, not that, things like that. So and again, we treat it more like an event. It's just this little extra approval we need from you for that extension for the day.
Sure. I guess my point is just that it seems a little silly to me for them to have to come back to the city council every time I mean, they had a half birthday party. I think they're probably going to want to do this on a more regular basis. If I don't know if it's possible, but if there is something that can be done just to kind of streamline things a little bit.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Coulter, the only thing we have started a little bit internal discussion on is some of the things we could streamline. Massage. Do I have to come every time to ask you guys for massage? I don't for the body art, and liquor amendments. Where does that fall? I'm already doing the event. Can I just do the liquor? So, liquor, though, we always seem to want council's approval. Does it need to be a full-blown hearing or advertised hearing? Those are the things we're kind of discussing so far. We're into that last quarter of the year, so I know you guys have a lot of focus, so maybe we'll talk more about that next year.
Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. My question was in a very similar vein, and I would be supportive of hearing more about those conversations at the council level, just to make it a little bit more streamlined and easier, because I agree, it kind of seems a little silly to, require them to come back to us every single time they have an event.
Very good. Council, additional questions on this? Seeing none, I will open this public hearing. This is a public hearing on item 4.8 tonight. This is an amendment to an on-sale liquor license for 9 Mile Brewing. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to item 4.8? No one coming forward. Mr. Sable, anyone on the phone?
No one on the line for this.
Thank you, Mr. Sable. Council, no one on the line, no one coming forward. I look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.8. Motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to close the public hearing on item 4.8. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move to approve the amendment to the on-sale liquor license for Bloomington Brewer and Taproom LLC, doing business as 9 Mile Creek Brewing Company.
Motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Carter to adopt item 4.8 as stated. Hearing no further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Junker. Appreciate it, as always. We'll move on to item 4.9, which is another public hearing. This regarding our data center ordinance. And Mr. Nick Johnson, our senior planner from our planning department, is going to lead us through this. Good evening, Mr. Johnson. Welcome.
Mayor Busey, good to see all you council members. So just a little bit of background about this item. This is a city-initiated city code amendment. The origin or the background to this ordinance stems from the residential livability ordinance discussion that took place in April of this year. As part of that effort, you reviewed an ordinance that dealt with exterior lighting, noise, and screening updates. It was informed by trying to alleviate conflicts between industrial and residential uses. So as part of that discussion, because of recent development that had happened in some locations in the city, there was some discussion around the impact of data centers on residential areas. So as part of that discussion, you directed staff to do some research and develop an ordinance to identify that as a use in our zoning code. So that's this item before you this evening. On the screen before you is the proposed definition. The definition is cobbled together for some national examples. There's not a significant number of cities that have adopted this as a use, but we did find some, and I think that is growing for the reason before you this evening. The two things I want to highlight with the definition really have to do with what the baseline size or area that we're proposing for the use. We're setting it at 10,000 square feet. And the reason that that's relevant is that there is a correlation between the size of these facilities and where in the impacts with respect to noise and other nuisance characteristics really kick in. And that has to do with the amount of cooling and other equipment associated to maintain these facilities. So I want to highlight that. We don't think it should be relevant or applicable to smaller facilities because they simply have lesser equipment. And then also underlying primarily, there are other uses in the city like tech campuses, high-tech manufacturing, and others that do host some of this equipment in their facility. But certainly, when you think about what the definition of a principal use is, they don't meet that definition in terms of that's not the pure or sole function of those facilities. So I just want to highlight those two aspects of the definition. In terms of where we're proposing to allow this use, it would be a conditional use in the I2, I3, and IP zoning districts. Those are our most common industrial zoning districts. And if you think about what use data center is most similar to, it's most similar to a warehouse. use. It just happens to be storing equipment. And so warehouse is certainly allowed in those districts. We are proposing it as a conditional limited use in C4, IT, and FD2. And I will also note that some of the what informs where it would be allowed in this ordinance has to do with where some of our existing data centers are in the community as well. And just a note about limited uses in the zoning code, that means it's limited to 25% of gross floor area of a building. So in other words, in those districts, those last three that I mentioned, data center would have to be, it would not be a principal use or the majority of the use. So here is a list of the performance standards that are included in this ordinance. I just want to more focus on the locational standards. So getting in front of some of the nuisance characteristics that have happened between data centers and residential uses, we're proposing a 500-foot buffer between new data center sites and residential sites, and that would be measured from the property boundary of the data center site to the nearest residential property line as the crow flies, so without intervening, regard for intervening structures. We do measure this in a multitude of different ways in our zoning code with other related uses. The reason that we're going with this methodology is we don't know to the extent of where they would locate the outdoor equipment. So a little bit of that is forecasting. And so having that buffer from the residential boundary kind of alleviates some of that nuance and the analyzation game in terms of where you're going to site these things. And okay, now a data center is allowed just because I'm putting generators over in this location as opposed to this location. I would also add it through this methodology, it creates the largest possible buffer, thereby alleviating some of these nuisance concerns that have occurred in the past. We made an attempt at doing a preliminary analysis of where data centers would be allowed on the basis of this 500-foot buffer. It's a little hard to see this map on a small slide, but generally speaking, the data center sites where this potentially could exist is in the hatched areas within those zoning districts. If it's just the standard color or symbology, so for example, in the industrial sites, the solid blue, they would not be allowed in those sites, but would be allowed in the hatched sites. And what I think this shows visually, again, it's a little bit too small, but what it shows visually is that these uses would not be allowed in closer proximity to residential areas. So the areas that are not eligible are further or are closer to the residential uses that surround it. That does not mean that there aren't still opportunities, associated with this ordinance. We did again, on the basis of this preliminary analysis, still over 140 parcels in Bloomington that could still host a data center if these rules were to be adopted. And just a point about, well, I think that's my next slide, actually, yeah. So a point about existing data centers in town. So we think that there's 6 potential facilities that may meet this definition. 3 of those might also be a general public utility facility on the basis of providing some telephone service. So that might rule those out. Of the remaining 3, there is one of these facilities that is in close proximity to residential uses, and I want to be clear that would mean that the data center piece of that facility would then be legally non-conforming, meaning it can remain as long as it remains occupied or does not get unoccupied for 365 days and can continue to operate as is. And they could also expand other legal uses on the site, office, warehouse, other uses that are allowed in that zoning district. They just can't expand the data center component of it. I would note, as part of this slide, just talk about our engagement efforts a little bit. We did provide notification to all the property owners and these subject sites associated with this because of the recency of the Verizon facility and that was the site that was closer to residential uses. We did do more direct engagement with them. And so they were fully aware of the ordinance. Ultimately, they chose to not engage further with the matter, but we did do engagement with them. I do want to note that. And we also engaged with some resident who was kind of heavily participated in the residential livability ordinance as well. So Planning Commission reviewed this item at a public hearing last month. They were supportive of the ordinance. They did recommend approval of it unanimously, and no one provided public testimony at that hearing. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Council, questions of Mr. Johnson this evening? Councilmember D'Alessandro.
I'll try to keep them brief. I know we're doing really well on time, and I don't want to be the reason we fall off that cliff. Thank you for this, Mr. Johnson. I really appreciate it. I had a couple of first off, I believe that the 6 existing data centers that you described, or potential data centers, they're grandfathered in, correct? So we're not gonna try to do any kind of change or enforcement of the existing data centers as a result of this ordinance. Is that right?
Mayor Busey, Councilmember Del Center, that's correct. They're
Okay.
allowed to operate as they currently exist.
Sure. Can you describe for me the reason that the $10,000 square foot limit is there? Like how, as part of the definition, what was the reasoning for that particular square footage?
Yeah, Mayor Busey, Councilmember D'Alessandro, a couple of reasons. One is we're finding, with some of the research we were doing nationally, we're finding that it's less and less frequent that the size of these facilities is not shrinking, it's getting bigger. And locationally, it's moving around certain metro areas too, which is another thing to follow. But in terms of the amount of generators and cooling equipment, that there is a relationship between how much of it needs to be hosted outside a facility and the size of the facility. Because certainly the bigger the facility, the more servers and the more other equipment that has to be cooled on the inside. And so in doing that research of kind of other communities, some of them set that minimum buffer somewhere, and it was usually 5, 10, 20,000 square feet. We felt 10,000 square feet was a good number for Bloomington on the basis of the facilities we have here. And then kind of dating back to the original discussion in April also, I think we're setting the bar too low. I think it could have the potential to sweep in facilities that really don't have nuisance characteristics associated with them. So the lower you set the bar, the more potential there is for facilities that really aren't causing a nuisance to kind of get swept up in those rules potentially.
Yeah.
So we wanted to avoid that.
Okay. And last question, is there any, this doesn't preclude any other definitional or requirements that we have from a planning perspective. So for example, data centers oftentimes have to have very specific fire control mechanisms and things like that. I don't see that listed here. Does it need to be in here, or do we have other areas of our ordinances that are covering that kind of thing already?
Thanks, Mayor. Councilmember D'Alessandro, yes, the fire code would handle those things. I know you had questions about energy usage too.
Yeah.
And those are all good considerations. Typically the fire suppression and all those elements are not in the zoning code. Typically they would be reviewing those elements as part of a building permit.
Okay.
Review of the fire, by the fire prevention division.
By the fire department. Okay,
Yep.
great. Yeah, it's so specific that there's probably some things there. So I thank you for this. I appreciate it. And I don't have any other questions. I will comment that it's no surprise that the folks near Verizon, if we're recommending a 500-foot buffer and they now have a 90-foot one, you can imagine what they're dealing with. And so I think it's really important that, I would be open to even reconsidering if we could figure out how to help them further, frankly. Thanks.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Really appreciate the work that you've done, so thank you. I know that there was, I recall that there was a resident who'd emailed, I think that she has probably been pretty engaged in paying attention to these conversations, and she mentioned that there had been some improvements in technology and potentially equipment that traditionally had been outdoor that could now be indoor equipment, and whether we would want to change language to not incentivize, but ask for considerations that they do that when they can. And so do you have any more information on that? Did you do any research on kind of technology changing? And I am wondering if maybe we want to put some kind of language that indicates our preference for these kind of more noisy devices and equipment to be indoor when they are able to be indoor.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Carter, the feedback I'd provide on that is there certainly are generator systems and cooling systems that can be hosted inside. They're typically much more expensive and typically have more fire considerations, and so that's why they generally don't choose to go that path. But technology is certainly improving. Technology with a multitude of land uses is always improving. So I think my response to that would be if that's something that really becomes more of a trend as opposed to in the minority or an aberration, that we start to host all of this equipment indoors and then it becomes less of a nuisance, that's when I would encourage you to come revisit this ordinance at that time to either A, incentivize it somehow, or B, potentially lower those buffers or remove that requirement. Certainly any ordinance can be changed over time as the conditions on the ground change. Yep.
Councilmember Nelson, then Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just following up on Councilmember Carter's question, if somebody did come forward with a data center that utilized indoor equipment that mitigated the nuisance that I think residents and the council is concerned about, is there a process by which they could get a variance? Would that be eligible to get a variance for that type of situation?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, I don't believe there would be, and the reason being is that that would be akin to a use variance,
Yep.
which is not allowed by state statute. So I don't believe there would be a relief valve in that instance. I think I would just encourage them to find a different site.
Okay.
Typically, unless the rules were changed at a future date.
They could, sorry, Mayor. They could maybe ask for a change in ordinance, a user-driven change in ordinance, so there would be a process if they found that there was a need for that to address Councilmember Carter's, I think, question that if they thought, hey, can you give us a buffer of 400 so we can get our project done and it's all going to be indoors, the council at that time could consider that.
Mayor, Councilor Nelson, that's perfectly correct. Thanks for bringing up the privately initiated city code amendment. Certainly, you've reviewed a number of projects that have pursued that in advance of a development application. So that lever is available to anyone
Okay.
who want to pursue it.
Fantastic. And then the only other question I have is with regards to, it looked like there were some properties, a few on the east side, I believe, of Lindale. And similar to what we discussed when we're looking at the storage and the lighting and things like that, are there any concerns by staff about future mixed use or residential development, given the vision that we've put forward there, that if somebody did move into that area and then, you know, someone wanted to build residential, all of a sudden we create that conflict point in the future, given where we're trying to go with that area?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Nelson, that's a good question. As of just today, I've taken a number of meetings about the Lindale Industrial Transitional Zoning District, so that's something we are working on. I don't foresee that data centers would be an allowed use in the Transitional Industrial Zoning District for Lindale, but you're not incorrect to show there that there are a few facility or a few potential eligible sites. The one thing I will say about the sites of the I3 zoned sites along Lindale is they tend to be smaller. And so they'd probably be more difficult to develop a data center on. So a little bit off the cuff, but at this point I wouldn't express a major concern about that. There is residential uses in a lot of the areas around Lindale in certain locations. But there are a few eligible sites, but I think it would involve assembling a number of properties to get a data center of any substantial size. So,
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to just be sure that I say this before I ask this question, that I certainly am supportive of trying to make sure that our residential areas are as livable as possible. With that being said, I wanted to just be sure that I asked this question in terms of some of these data centers are being utilized for public utilities. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, the rub there is that our definition of general public utility facility is, it represents a utility facility from 20, 30 years ago where everyone had landline telephones. So telephone service is a public utility. And so some of those facilities that I identified in the slide and are in the staff report are owned by companies that on some level still provide that service. I can't, without going into those buildings, know exactly what services or what equipment they're hosting in those facilities today. So if they're still hosting telephone equipment today, technically they would be still under that umbrella of general public utility facility, which is allowed in all of our zoning districts. But if they're not, then they could be swept up in this data center definition. That being said, if they're not providing that service anyway, some of those sites are zoned R1, B2. They're already legally non-conforming in those zoning districts currently.
You're getting at my question here, and I think you've really laid it out quite well. And so I just wanted to be sure that as we make these changes, that we are not, from a public safety standpoint, creating any unintended consequences by passing this ordinance, and that staff looked at that and that we're sure that we're not creating an environment where, for example, you got drop phone calls and we got an emergency going on that we're not able to. I just want to be sure that this isn't going to create, a different, situation. Is my understanding correctly? I didn't see anything in here when I was looking at the ordinance. Did staff look at that? Just because I'd hate to have something happen, and on a big magnitude, and then we're putting this in place, and then this would prevent that.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, I agree with your assessment. I know that wireless telecommunications would like theirs to be considered a public utility. So I don't know what direction that'll go in the future, but no, I don't foresee these changes having an impact on public safety communications or anything along those lines.
Council, any additional questions? Councilmember Nelson.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry for the follow-up here, but Councilmember Lohman just made me think of something. Would anything in this impede the development and rollout of higher-speed internet within the community? I know we had someone come into our study session and ask about that and had concerns, and candidly, not knowing all of the technology that goes into that, would this be problematic for them? I see CenturyLink on the sheet, but I don't see Verizon or any of the other potential carriers.
Yeah, Mayor, again, and I don't want to represent myself as an industry expert by any means on the basis of kind of where where I think the direction that this technology is going and where these facilities are going is I think they're getting bigger and bigger, more on the outskirts of metros with underground utilities and fiber and other things connecting all of these together. No, I don't think that would be the case. Certainly there still is switching stations in other smaller areas. AT&T, I know that's not necessarily just related to internet, but AT&T has one off Lindale, for example, which is really just an office and small data room, and again, wouldn't meet this definition. So I don't see that as being the case, but I also don't want to represent myself as someone who is perfectly knowledgeable about the full rollout of the internet infrastructure.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
I will take a shot at being your internet nerd for a second. No, I think you're right, Mr. Johnson. There's data centers are, at least in my experience as a 30-year vet of this industry, they're meant for processing the data. That's different than transporting the internet service, right? So the CenturyLink facilities are probably what they call COs. They're central offices, and they are intended really to be the switches. If you go way back in time, they literally were the switches, and now they're not those things anymore. And there are computers that are serving that, right? So there's your IP connections and other things like that transport layer, right, of the internet service. This is about things like Amazon Web Services hosting your e-commerce websites and that kind of thing. And so it's literally up the stack of internet. It's weird that there's actually there's a physical layer and then there's software layer and all kinds of things. So we could nerd out on that over a beer at some point. But I think this will not prevent us from getting transportation nodes if we needed to, because they would be much smaller in format and they would not have the same usage requirements in terms of energy and fire and all that as I can understand it. So hopefully that's helpful. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Nerd out.
Thank you.
Council, anything additional? If not, I would like to now open the public hearing on item 4.9. This is a public hearing regarding our data center ordinance. Anyone in the chambers wishing to speak on item 4.9? No one coming forward. Mr. Sable, I believe we have a caller who is calling and wishes to talk.
Mr. Mayor and council members, the caller with a prefix 952947. 952947, you are now unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Okay, good evening. My name is Linda Fletcher, and I think my name may be known to some of you, but I wish good evening to Mayor Bussey and members of the Bloomington City Council. I sent all of you an email yesterday. Did you all receive that?
I'm seeing 7 nodding heads up here. Yes, we did.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd just like to read this because I'd like to thank you in person for your decision to develop this definition and standards for the data center operation. I really appreciate the work that everyone has put into this, and I think they will go a long way in providing some measure of control and protection for Bloomington residents and the surrounding neighborhoods. But I have a couple more things that you can read along if you have this in front of you. But I wanted to remind you that on the April 25th, 2022 hearing for the proposed residential livability ordinance, I spoke about the need for adding specific language to section 10.29.04, which concerns noise impact statements. And I feel that including language to permit complaints and concerns from nearby residents to trigger an NIS indicates an understanding and acknowledgement of what nearby residents endure when the noise is just too much. Indeed, it was the very residents who sounded the alarm more than 2 years ago concerning this nuisance. We deserve to be included from the very beginning in this important action. When I first mentioned this in April, City Attorney Manderscheid said that she thought including language that I suggested was possible. I mean, the import of what I suggested, not my actual words. I request that this be done. Lastly, although not last in importance, I want to emphasize the necessity of the Council's duty to safeguard the health and welfare of Bloomington residents. You've already talked about someone I knew read it because she talked about the technology that existed to place indoors equipment that was equipment that was previously outdoors. And also there's this other technology which I don't understand called inverter technology, but it looks like you all will be on top of in these new advances. I feel you should require applicants to employ them, as that would be in the best interest of all Bloomington residents. I feel that the council will put the health and welfare at the top of the list of all Bloomington residents, and I think that's just what residential livability is all about. I thank you for your interest and attention to these matters, and I will stay in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Fletcher. Appreciate it. Thanks for phoning in and providing those.
You're welcome.
Mr. Sable, is there anyone else on the phone lines wishing to speak tonight?
Mr. Mayor, no other callers on the line.
Anyone else in the council chambers? Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak? No one coming forward, council. I will look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.9.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 4.9. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So council questions. I think the first question I had to Ms. Manderscheid, specifically to the question that Ms. Fletcher brought up about complaints being able to trigger a review. Was there a reason why that wasn't included? Is that not doable? Does it get us into legal trouble? Just trying to get some explanation as to why that, because I do remember we had that discussion at one point.
Mayor, members, I can't tell if Nick's about ready to say something or not. I wasn't a part of the conversations at the staff level. I did reach out to our assistant city attorney who had conversations with Nick and the planning staff, and he said that there was discussion about tying the new designation to the noise standard, but there were not specific changes to that section. Nick, do you want to provide any additional context?
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. Mayor, the only thing I would add is that I recognize Ms. Fletcher, and I appreciate her providing her testimony, that the current standard doesn't match what she is suggesting or requesting, but I did bring up this ordinance here. It's on your screen. Just to note that a city official does have the ability to request an NIS as it relates to operation of a noise source. So I guess I don't want to speak for environmental health, but if the city were subject to a multitude of continuous complaints regarding a noise issue, ultimately, certainly the city would do testing as a first measure because it's less costly than doing a full NIS. But ultimately, if it got there, I think the city code does give us the authority to require a property owner to do that, which is different than a complaint-based trigger. But it does put some authority, I suppose, in the city official or staff. But it does exist there in some form today.
So basically, the complaint-based review is just a couple more steps than what I think Ms. Fletcher was describing, rather than just a resident-based complaint leading to a review. Residents complaining perhaps to our environmental health folks, who then review the situation by noise monitoring and noise testing, and then insisting or requiring a full review. Is that what I'm understanding?
Mayor, I think that's correct. I haven't been on site doing some of these noise testing, but this equipment is fairly sensitive, and it really is dependent on I don't want to use the term catching, but being there at the right time in order to really take in the full extent of the noise source and the duration of the noise source. That's kind of the two things. So if there's clear and documented violation of that, I think it's something that they can just address without the need for an NIS. But if it's something that's a little bit fuzzy on the margins, they certainly could require a operator or property owner to complete one.
Thank you. Councilmember Nelson?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick follow-up. In looking at the language here, it seems like this allows us to be proactive, that either if staff has concerns or residents have concerns, that if someone's going to, it says change zoning, planning of the structure, or other aspects, including adding generators or ventilating equipment, we could proactively request that based on either the professional opinion of our staff or concerns of residents. Am I reading that ordinance correctly?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Nelson, that's correct. Similar to also air handling equipment is technically subject to city approval in terms of citing those things. Where these often get reviewed, or where we encounter these projects typically, is through a mechanical or a building permit, or one of those levels of permits. So it does require, ongoing staff coordination about and education about the existence of these requirements to ensure that the right people get brought in to review those permits at that time. But I think the language is there. It's more just about having that consistent and ongoing attention paid to the issue.
Councilmember D'Alessandro?
If I may follow up again. So two things there. Just can you refresh my memory? When we did the Verizon data center, was an NIS done on that?
Yes.
It was.
Yep.
And it was found to be not of a concern?
Compliant to forgive me for the formalities, Mayor Bussi, Councilman D'Alessandro, it met, my understanding based on the report submitted is that it met the noise source requirements at that time.
I see.
We've since adopted different standards with respect to locating generators and outdoor equipment in certain locations, which would have had a different potential impact on that. But yes, the NIS showed that it was compliant with those noise source requirements.
Okay. So then my question about the ordinance then would be, do we want to include in this conditional use some requirement that there is measurement or some, so that we do have on record that or does that already happen as part of this? Like how can we kind of close the loop so that we guarantee that a review of this kind is maybe not to the extent of, like you said, an NIS, because I know it's expensive, but can we say this is a special consideration and we would like to make sure we've got some, I don't know, baseline level of noise, abatement expectations or whatever?
Mm-hmm. Mayor, Councilor D'Alessandro, ideally they pick a site that is so far away from residential uses that there's so much sound attenuation that it's just less of a concern.
Okay.
If they are right up to that buffer and they were proposing some fairly loud equipment, they're even with surrounding other industrial and commercial uses, they do have to meet certain noise source requirements as well. It just happens to be a higher decibel level than when you're near residential uses. So depending on the equipment being proposed and the size of the facility where they're locating outdoor equipment, the city code does have provisions within it which allow staff to require an NIS as part of that conditional use permit process, or just part of a building permit for any addition of an existing facility. So I think those things are in place. Again, the question is just ongoing enforcement of them and having attention paid to noise, that it's an ongoing issue.
Right, and Mr. Mayor, that's my question, is that in this particular case, because we know it's something, instead of relying on it, the people that are there 20 years from now to know the code, it's always in here. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but meaning that they don't have to connect the dots between the noise code and this code and that code and this particular data center thing and tie it all in and not. If it's a data center, you got to do these things. I'm just wondering if that's the thing we should be considering.
I understand what you're saying, Councilmember. I think, the way I'm reading it, it's not necessarily a connection of dots, or it's basically calling the city and saying that building is way too loud, and then to be able to, if that triggers then the city official here in our noise impact statements portion of it, to go out there and to evaluate the situation. So,
yes, sir.
Is that what you're thinking, or
no? I'm actually thinking in advance. So, as part of the planning process, if this zoned this way, one of the conditions to be met if you are putting a data center in is that you do something about this, like that you give us an assessment, and that we'll always do that for data centers so that we don't have to worry that maybe once or twice it doesn't happen or whatever is all I'm suggesting. So is it part of the zoning law, the zoning ordinance for a data center so that it's just automatically done as opposed to waiting until after the fact when it can be a complaint-driven thing? Yeah.
So I guess I would look for Mr. Johnson or even Ms. Manderscheid. Is it possible to write a preemptive type preemptive language to this?
Well, Mayor, members, what I think it would be interesting to talk with Nick about is, would the CUP process or the building permit process or some other process that we already have as a part of a construction process trigger this kind of a review? I know that we have recently looked at noise as related to car washes, and it got addressed during the ordinary course of our business. So do we need to add, or I should say back up, is there already mechanisms in place to do that noise analysis such that it wouldn't need to be added again here?
Yeah, Mayor, council members, City Attorney Manderscheid, I guess what the question that you're really drilling into is about the discretion, whether it be staff discretion, planning commission discretion, city council discretion. As a conditional use permit is going through the approval process, that's a lot of stops along the way for someone to have the ability to raise their hand and say, you know what, I'm concerned about noise, we need to have an NIS. So hopefully those checks would provide the surety that would not get fully through the process without that level of analysis being done. Ms. Manderscheid's correct that we have required them for recent car washes as well. But that being said, there's a multitude of different uses that might have the potential to have noise sources. There's other types of industrial uses that also have generators and mechanical equipment. So I think what you're asking is, for this particular use, should we just kind of eliminate that discretion, whereas there's still this discretion exists for other uses? I always attempt to try and be as consistent as I can as possible and take into the local existing conditions surrounding a site as to kind of how we apply the city code and where things are required. Obviously, there's cost, as you said, associated with these as well. But I think my answer to that would be is that you're getting through a lot of stops along the way for it to be missed is kind of what my perspective is.
Councilmember Lohman.
I'll try to be brief. I like what Councilmember D'Alessandro had to say about this particular item. Although I sort of, the way I look at it, Mayor, is as a more universal thing, that we ought to look at some way to try to, rather than prescribing it in this particular ordinance, it'd be something we may want to look at trying to do in the development phase. And so I would ask that we kind of maybe come back to that and not hold this process up today. And then as you were saying, that the other thing that came to mind, and I know, Mayor, you kind of mentioned this a little bit, is something that Patrick Martin, Councilmember Martin had mentioned in the past about communication, in terms of looking at how we improve our communication and getting that out to residents, so residents do have a better understanding when these things come in their neighborhoods, and just being sure that we maybe look at that process by which that here you go, here's some things you can look at from a coding perspective, and some things that that you need to be considerate as these things come into your neighborhood. So Those would be the two things I would add to this. But if there's anything else, I'd be happy to move this along.
I think the final question I had, again, to Ms. Fletcher's point about requiring equipment to be moved indoors. I'm given, as she admitted and as she wrote to us, it's kind of a new and evolving kind of technology. I would be hesitant to make those requirements until it kind of shakes out or until we know more. As you know, it has been said, we can always adjust this in the future as the technology advances, as the different equipment advances. And so I would be comfortable not necessarily moving that, but keeping that kind of in our back pocket as a potential remedy as we are able to move forward. If everybody agrees with that, or if that makes sense. All right. Council, anything else? Any additional questions? Appreciate the discussion here. Based on the discussion, I would look for action on item 4.9, our public hearing tonight on the data center ordinance.
Mayor, I'd be happy to make that motion.
Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I'd move to adopt an ordinance amending the city code by defining and establishing data center as a new use designation, designating it as a conditional use in the I2, I3, and IP zoning districts, and as a conditional limited use in C4IT and FD2 zoning districts, in addition, adding performance standards for data centers.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the ordinance as described, related to item 4.9 in tonight's agenda. Council, any additional questions on this? Additional comments? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I move to adopt a resolution authorizing summary publication of the data center ordinance.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Martin regarding summary publication of item 4.9. No further discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Johnson, thank you. I know this was, I appreciate the work that went into this and the thought that went into this, and I know the input from the residents and the input from the council, and I know the discussion that has gone on for a few months now, but I think it's a good ordinance, a good, strong ordinance, and also an ordinance that gives us an opportunity to adapt and evolve as we move forward as well. So, well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro. I have more to learn from you about some of these topics. So I'll take you up on that sometime.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can I just make a quick comment about this? 'Cause,
Please.
I know when the Verizon came before this council, a lot of people were very apprehensive about that decision, but we're locked in by law. And I think one of the comments that the council unanimously agreed with at the time is the feedback from residents was heard and appreciated. And even though it wasn't the ultimate decision they wanted on that issue, it would lead to improvements for the entire city. And so I'd like to thank Ms. Fletcher, Gary, all the people that were involved in that whole process, because this is the result of their hard work, staff's hard work. And so again, this is the council listening to residents about their concerns.
Well put, Councilmember. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. Moving to item 4.10 on our agenda. This is another public hearing, this being a public hearing on Old Cedar Avenue traffic and intersection study. And from our Public Works Department, Jeremy Melquist and Phil Kulis from SRF. Am I getting the names correct?
That is
Perfect.
correct, yes.
Wonderful. Welcome. Good evening, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. We are here tonight to provide the final recommendations of the Old Cedar Avenue traffic and intersection study. We had come here in May to give a study update to the Planning Commission and the City Council. So now we're coming back to give the final study recommendations and asking the council to formally adopt and approve the study findings. So with that, I will pass it over to our consultant on the traffic study, Phil Kulis with SRF.
Good evening, Mr. Kulis. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. So as
Mr.
Jeremy
Kulis, if I could ask you
to say, I'm probably not
you can move the mic too if you'd rather stand over.
Yep.
Move the mic so where you get your.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
So as Jeremy mentioned, here tonight to talk about Old Cedar Avenue. So this is a project that we've been working on since earlier this year, and also as Jeremy mentioned, we were here back in May to present kind of our initial thoughts and what we were seeing from that. So from there, we've taken that input, had discussions as a study team, and come up with our final recommendations, which we presented to Planning Commission last week. So we're here to present the recommendations and ultimately get city approval. So here's a quick agenda. I mean, overall, we just want to refresh everyone's mind about what the project was since it's been a few months since we were here last. So just remind everyone what we were looking at. And then from there, talk about the concepts and alternatives that were evaluated and what the ultimate findings were from those evaluations and how the different alternatives rank and kind of compare to each other. Public engagement, that was also a big part of the project. So there were several rounds of public engagement through mailers, online engagement, as well as a actual in-person open house. So I just want to highlight what we heard from the public and how that was incorporated into the recommendations that we're presenting tonight. And then last item is, again, just presenting those recommendations for city approval. So project overview, there's, I'd say, two parts of this project. So the first one is actually going to construction next year. So it's a pavement preservation project on Old Cedar Avenue from 86th Street down to East Old Shakopee on the south end. And really that part is looking at reutilizing the existing roadway that's in place and identifying what can be done to potentially better utilize that roadway for all users of the corridor. So looking at vehicles, pedestrians, bikes, transit. So that project is slated for construction next year. So that was the first part of the study and project that we're looking at here. And then the second part is the intersection on the south end, so Old Cedar Avenue and East Old Shakopee Road. Looking at that intersection and seeing what can be done to improve mobility and safety through that intersection. So today it's a skewed intersection that has some crashes occurring. So this project is looking at to see what can be done for that. Or just a reminder that this project isn't funded and it's not slated for construction until 2027 or potentially a little after, depending on when funding comes through for it. So that would be the second part of the project, is a bit more looking at the planning level about in the future what can be done there. So just a refresher here. So for the Old Cedar Avenue, so that's the stretch from 86 down to East Old Shakopee Road, there were two alternatives that were analyzed and evaluated to determine really what is the best use of that existing pavement. So alternative A on the top here, this is the existing 4-lane cross section. So this is maintaining and perpetuating what's in place today of 2 lanes in both the northbound direction and 2 lanes in the southbound direction. And then the alternative B, that is what we would consider a 3-lane. So that is reducing the roadway geometry from 2 lanes in each direction down to a single lane in each direction, and then implementing a center 2-way left turn lane to facilitate traffic turning onto and off of Old Cedar Avenue, as well as utilizing the outside of the roadway for bike lanes. So that's what you're seeing there on the bottom part of this graph, or bottom part of this slide. And then, refreshing everyone's memory here. So we had talked about this last time, is really what are the benefits of looking at a 3-lane roadway compared to that 4-lane? And really, I mean, these have been implemented both locally here in Bloomington on several corridors, as well as just around Minnesota and nationally as well. And really what we're seeing from these roadway conversions of the 4 to 3 lanes is really an improvement to safety for both vehicles by providing those dedicated turn lanes for vehicles to use turning onto and off of, so they're not queuing and slowing down in through lanes. So that reduces the likelihood of rear end crashes. Also allows vehicles the opportunity to just judge one direction of traffic as they're turning onto Old Cedar Avenue, as well as also for pedestrians. So with this, it removes the what they would call the dual threat, where one lane of traffic might stop for a pedestrian, but then the outside lane doesn't necessarily see that pedestrian. So then they're like, well, why is that car stopping? And they continue through. So it reduces that, as well as for pedestrians, it reduces the number of lanes they're crossing, the number of lanes that they're having to judge for gaps. So it reduces their exposure, and it makes it really an easier task for them to judge if they should or should not be crossing. So that applies to both this corridor, as well as just, again, the kind of the benefits I've been seeing nationally for these type of roadway conversions. And then the two alternatives there on the south end, so again, East Old Shakopee Road and Old Cedar Avenue. Two alternatives were looked at there. The alternative A is the existing traffic control, which is a signal, but with this, we would be modifying the geometry to provide left turning lanes from Old Shakopee Road onto Old Cedar Avenue, as well as implementing left turn phasing. So that would be the green arrows. So that provides those vehicles with a dedicated part that they can turn on. They're not having to judge gaps in traffic, which are some of the causes of the crashes that are occurring out there today is the skew through the intersection makes it tough for vehicles to judge gaps in the oncoming traffic. So by doing this, we would provide a spot for those vehicles to be able to queue and wait and observe traffic if it is permissive phasing, but there also would be that protected movement. And with that, we would also be looking at modifying the channelizing islands there to become more pedestrian friendly. So we'd be looking at trying to tighten up that geometry while still allowing emergency vehicles and other larger vehicles to progress through those turns. And then alternative B here on the right-hand side, this would be if we converted the intersection to a roundabout. So with this, we'd be looking at what they consider a multi-lane roundabout. So there would be multiple lanes circulating through the roundabout from Old Cedar Avenue and Old Shakopee Road. And then Old Cedar Avenue on the south there would actually tee into Old Shakopee as a T intersection, and that would be stop controlled. So traffic on Old Cedar Avenue would come to a stop sign and then have to wait for gaps on Old Shakopee Road to make their respective maneuver. So that was also looked at. And one comment we had heard before was the ability to implement a 4-legged roundabout at this intersection. So we took that back and we evaluated that in further detail and ultimately determined just with the skew angle through the intersection, the right-of-way, that it really isn't that possible to implement a 4-legged roundabout at this location just due to some of the constraints that exist. All right, so pivoting a little bit here, so from the technical work onto more of the public engagement realm. So what I indicated at the onset here is there was a few rounds of public engagement. Through online engagement, there was the Let's Talk Bloomington website, which was active from the onset of the project, and that allowed the project team to relay information to the public about what we were looking at, as well as on that website there was the ability to take a survey. So it was asking people that visited the website and survey how they're currently using the corridor. Are they walking, biking, taking transit? What are their current concerns along the corridor? So do they have concerns crossing the corridor? As well as a live map. So that allowed users to click on the map, drop a pin, and provide a comment as well. So we have all that information that was completed back in the March-April timeframe. And then from there, we sent postcard mailers to 650 properties around the corridor 3 separate times to let them know about opportunities to provide comments, whether that be through the online engagement tool or the open house that was held back at the first part of May at Wrights Lake Park, which is just north of the corridor there. And you can actually see the image there. It was a nice day. We had probably 20, 25 people stop by, provide comments, and be able to also look at the alternatives and indicate really what their thoughts were on those alternatives, which are on the next couple slides here. So this slide shows the public input from the open house on the corridor concept. So the one on the left, it might be hard for everyone to see here, that's alternative A, so that is the existing 4-lane cross-section. And then the one there on the right is alternative B, which is the conversion from the 4 to 3 lanes. So that's the 1 lane each direction with a 2-way center left turn lane. And the voting or the support on the bottom there, so we gave people little stickers that they were able to stick on each of these to indicate really what was their level of support for each concept. And for the corridor here, you can see there was strong support for the existing 4-lane and then not as much support, I would say, for the 3-lane concept there. And through talking through residents about the concepts, a common theme we heard was the thought of if one vehicle's going slower, then everyone behind them is having to reduce their speed. So that was, I'd say, the main comment that we heard back from the public and talking to them about what their thoughts were on each concept. And then just coupling that with the survey that was completed, the survey that was out earlier in the study for people to comment on online had indicated that people were not necessarily feeling safe crossing Old Cedar Avenue due to the geometry. So that's kind of on the flip side, that some of the support we heard early on was more in support of the 3-lane concept. And then this slide shows the input on Old Cedar Avenue and East Old Shakopee Road. So the one on the left is the traffic signal that would be improved through the addition of turn lanes as well as left turn phasing. And then the one on the right is the roundabout concept. And here you can see there was a lot of support for the signalized alternative there. Most people were in the strongly support. And then on the roundabout, there was less support on that. Most people were in the strongly oppose. And then there was a couple stragglers out there towards the strongly support or moderately support. So again, most support here was towards the traffic signal. And so here we are today on May 12th, talking to you guys again. And as I had mentioned, we were discussing this project with the city or planning commission last Thursday on September 8th. And then through the first go round, there was support for the 3-lane cross section of Old Cedar Avenue. So both planning commission as well as city council input that we received back in May largely was in favor of the 3-lane concept. So again, the 4 lanes aren't really necessarily needed from a traffic perspective. So there's other ways that we can utilize that pavement for some of the other modes of transportation. And then if we jump to the next slide. Here we discuss Old Cedar Avenue and East Old Shakopee Road, so that intersection. This one, I would say the initial input from Planning Commission and City Council back in May was there was support for both alternatives, the roundabout and the signalized alternative, with a bit more favor and leaning towards the traffic signal. This one wasn't necessarily as clear cut. Both Planning Commission and City Council had liked the pedestrian connectivity and safety that would be provided with some of the improvements that we were looking at, as well as recognizing that there would be changes to access and right-of-way impacts with both concepts. So looking at how do those compare against each other. And then just a reminder that shortly after we were here in May, there was the submittal of the federal funding application. So that was the HSIP. That was submitted, and we're still waiting for results on that. We're expecting results in the next month or two, but that was submitted with the traffic signal alternative in that grant. And then throughout the project, there was what we call the study team. So that included members from Bloomington Public Works, so Jeremy, Kirk, from representing traffic, as well as members from planning and emergency service, so fire and police, as well as Hennepin County. So throughout meeting with the study team, we reviewed input that was received from the public. We took that back, reviewed it, and consider that in the study of how can we incorporate that input and help guide the study. And then there was input that was ultimately reviewed, then was presented to Planning Commission and also here at City Council. And really the goal of the study team was to come up with the recommendations that we could put forward that would meet the needs and goals of the project. So really, what can we do to better utilize the existing pavement out there, as well as improve mobility and safety at East Old Shakopee and Old Cedar Avenue, see what can be done in cost-effective solutions. So throughout the study team, they met 3 different times to help guide the study. So the next 2 slides here show the recommendations that are in the staff report, as well as the staff recommendations that were presented last week at Planning Commission. So through all the technical analysis that was done, all the public comments received, presentations to Planning Commission, City Council, the recommendations here are to convert Old Cedar Avenue from 86th Street to Old Shakopee Road next year into a 3-lane cross section. So that would be the 1 lane in each direction with the center 2-way left turn lane. And then the outside shoulders would be striped as bike lanes. There are currently medians at 90th Street, so that traffic signal that's in place today that widens out for a turn lane there. We'd be removing those medians, which would be required from a geometric perspective to get the travel lanes through there. And then we are looking at ways to provide pedestrian refuge islands throughout the corridor. So utilizing some of that pavement width, what can be done that, again, improves the crossing of pedestrians across Old Cedar Avenue, recognizing that was an item that the public expressed concerns with. And then while thinking about 90th Street, that was also an item that we looked at. So it is an existing traffic signal today. So we are looking at, is that still warranted? Is that still needed? Or should that be removed as part of this project or potentially in the future? And through all the technical analysis that was done, we are looking at removing that traffic signal with this project next year. The analysis indicates that it's not warranted. So it's, again, that's a piece of infrastructure that isn't necessarily needed. So there would be reduced costs in the future by removing that. A couple things to note with this is there is a 90-day test period with removal of traffic signal. And that's getting at, we don't necessarily want to remove a traffic signal and have things not work and then not have a traffic signal that we can turn back on. So there's a 90-day test period where we'd be looking at temporarily bagging the signal head. So it would have bags over them. People wouldn't see the indications. The stop signs would go in place. And then from there, it can be monitored and to see if there's any concerns with how that operates, any public input that there are concerns out there. So it allows some flexibility if things don't exactly work out as intended, that there is still that opportunity to reevaluate that. And then this slide shows the recommendations for Old Cedar Avenue and East Old Shakopee Road. So again, this is not occurring next year. This is occurring sometime in the future. Right now, we're anticipating 2027. But this would perpetuate the traffic signal that is there today, but it would include the addition of the turn lanes as well as left turn phasing. And we're currently working through refinement with engineering in Hennepin County as well, since Old Shakopee Road is a county roadway. So they are also involved in the study and helping guide really what are the geometric improvements and mitigations that we're looking at here. So what you're seeing on the screen here is the concept as we are at today through refinements with Bloomington Public Works as well as Hennepin County, taking all of this input and really coming up with the most desirable geometry that we can within the constraints that we're working with. So these are the two recommendations that were presented to Planning Commission last Thursday. And this is the motion of approval that was made by Planning Commission to recommend these two, the two recommendations that were just discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Koulis. Appreciate it. Council questions of Mr. Koulis. Councilmember Martin and Councilmember D'Alessandro. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two real briefly here. So I understand the traffic levels on Old Cedar now, it would be fine with the 3-lane at the turn in the middle. Considering the growth we're seeing in South Loop, potential redevelopment at the intersection we're talking about here, how much of an increase in those volumes would we need to see to justify the 4 lanes? Is this a conversation we're never going to have, or when would we maybe need to go back?
Yeah, good question. Councilmember Martin, thank you. And with thinking about that, we looked out 20 years. So we looked out to what are the traffic levels we're anticipating in roughly 2045. So once this project's complete, looking out 20 years, which is the typical design life of a project of a roadway. And we're not anticipating a 4-lane needed in that time frame. So we looked at what is the regional travel demand model, which is used to taking into account all of the socioeconomic data. So where are people living? Where are they working? How are they using the areas? And looked at what does that mean for growth of the corridor? And we're seeing a fairly modest growth. I mean, it's a fairly well built out area, so we're not seeing a ton of growth. And with that growth, we're not anticipating in the next 20 years to need those 4 lanes.
Okay, gotcha. And then just another concern that I hear from folks in the area, the entrances to the parking lots, especially up kind of towards the north side of the intersection, are just oddly placed. So you kind of have to floor it out of some of those parking lots to be able to make the corner. It's just oddly arranged as you have walked us through. Is there additional pedestrian infrastructure improvements we could advocate for in that potential 2027 project in order to give folks some more breathing room, especially because it is the big north-south connection from the river valley for folks walking on bikes, things like that? Or is that not a lot of room for things like pedestrian islands, so maybe light timing is all we could fiddle with?
So you're talking about the intersection of Old Cedar and East Old Shakopee
Road? Yeah, just leaving it 4 lanes as it is now. It's tough to get across for a pedestrian now at peak times a day. So is that, as that project comes a little bit closer, is there more, is there heavier pedestrian assistance we could be offering in that vision as that approaches, or it is kind of is what it is?
Good question again, Councilmember Martin. Yes, we are looking at the left turn phasing there, which would provide opportunity, or it would allow for the operation of traffic signal to potentially not allow permissive lefts, which makes it so those drivers aren't having to judge gaps in traffic as well as observe if there's a pedestrian there. So that's something that's starting to be looked at more across the state and in Hennepin County as well, is looking at signal phasing operations as to what can be done for that. So I think there are opportunities with the operation of the signal and some of those more advanced items you can do with a traffic signal controller to take some of the stress away from, I guess, both pedestrians and drivers of making sure that it's clear for drivers to go. So I think those would definitely be two items that would be looked at once we progress into that stage of this project.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. So two quick things. I guess one related to Councilmember Martin's comments. I'm thinking with the Cedar Avenue Bridge and it being a north-south corridor, we're talking about expanding the biking capability and stuff. Consideration of a bike or pedestrian only turn signal as well might be something to consider. I didn't know if that was something we could think of. I know the dedicated bike lanes, like in downtown Minneapolis, for example, have literally bike indicators and that kind of thing. Has there been any thought to adding those specifically north-south there to kind of give a little bit more support?
Yeah, good question, Councilmember D'Alessandro. That's more of, I would say, what would they consider a final design question, where that's like once we get into what are the recommendations of the intersection, like is it a traffic signal or roundabout, then we'd start to look at more of those details. I'd say we haven't explicitly evaluated and determined if those are necessarily needed. May I let Jeremy comment on anything else with regard to the bike signal?
No, I think you covered it. Yeah, we don't have those currently in the city, but it's something that we would be looking at during the final design process.
Okay, great, thanks. Hopefully this one's more relevant. You mentioned a lot of discussion about your work in community engagement, but you only presented one section of that data, specifically the open house data. Do you have any information for us on what you gathered online via Let's Talk Bloomington?
Good question, Councilmember. Yes, we do. That is both in the study report as well as the first time we were here back in May. We had the slides that went through how people are using the corridor. So we can, again, share that information. But yeah, we do have all the information with regards to what were the comments on the map, as well as the information that people answered for the survey. So how they're using the corridor, their concerns. So we do have all that information, and it is included as an appendix in the staff report.
Well, the reason I'm specifically asking is because I know that there are some questions from folks about why you would still recommend a 3-lane road when everybody that you're presenting data from said, please keep it a 4-lane road. And so I'm hoping you can address that specific question for us. Maybe there was other data you gathered or whatever, anything you could do to help us understand that would be great.
Yeah, definitely, Councilmember D'Alessandro. So the recommendations are a combination of public engagement, so really what's the public telling us, as well as engineering, planning, input from Bloomington Public Works, Fire, EMS. And these comments aren't really that atypical for what we hear for a lot of these 4-lane to 3-lane conversions. But time and time again, we see the benefits of the 3-lane when we're not necessarily in need of a 4-lane, which we're well below the thresholds of where we're starting to go from a 3-lane to a 4-lane, that there's just tremendous safety benefits for crashes that are occurring. So for the pedestrians, particularly as we look at the crossings of it, shortening those up, making it easier for people to judge those gaps. Bikes and pedestrians, those are some of our most vulnerable users on the roadway, that they're the ones exposed. So if they're in a collision, there's a much greater chance for those severe crashes that they're getting injured. So through all the research that's been done from these 4 to 3-lane conversions, it's been shown that when we're at the traffic levels that we're at, there's great safety benefits with very minimal change in operations, which is, again, was backed by the technical analysis completed specifically for this corridor. So when we looked at the operations of this corridor, if we go from the 4 to 3 lanes, really are just showing minimal impact to vehicle mobility, which is ultimately what a lot of the public comments came down to, is vehicle mobility, how fast they can go from point A to point B through the corridor. And we're really not anticipating really much reduction at all in those operations, just due to the traffic volumes that we're at right now. So a lot of it's coming down to the safety benefits that would be experienced for vehicles as well as pedestrian and bikes.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember D'Alessandro actually hit on exactly the point that I was going to raise as well. First of all, just to clarify, the proposed 4-3 conversion, that would only be on that stretch from, I think you said 86th Street to Old Shakopee. So the stretch of Old Cedar north of 86th Street, that would continue to be 4 lanes, correct?
Yes, Councilmember Coulter. Yes, as of today, this study only looked at 86 to East Old Shakopee Road. So everything outside of that would be perpetuating the existing conditions, and we'd only be looking at that stretch.
Thank you. Yeah, and that at that point, Old Shakopee is roughly equivalent to 92nd Street. So we're talking about roughly 6 blocks or so. And I'm wondering if, and maybe it's not possible, and but you mentioned the most common concern that I hear from folks when we bring up 4-3 conversions is what happens when I get stuck behind someone in that one lane going in either direction. Are you able to sort of using the data and using the research, are you able in any way to sort of quantify what that difference of operation really is? I mean, I think it seems to me traffic is often one of those things that folks feel like is much more observational than it really is. And, when you're stuck behind that car, it can feel like you're really slowed down and, it's making a big difference. But very often it's not. Are you able to sort of quantify that in any way?
Yeah, Councilmember Coulter. That is something that we can do. I mean, you can make assumptions of if you're traveling at 30 miles per hour, this is how long it would take you. If you're traveling at 20, this is how long it would take you. I mean, it's a relatively short stretch, I would say. So the impacts aren't that severe that if you're traveling the full length, even at a reduced 10 miles per hour, your travel times are going to be impacted minimally. I mean, less than a minute of really slow down time. Now, so really the impacts aren't that great just in terms of the stretch of it. And even, I mean, it's posted at 35, and then if someone's traveling even 10 miles per hour lower, it's not really that impactful overall. So we can capture those.
Yeah, thank you. I think maybe Mr. Roberts has something to add to that.
Councilmember Coulter, Kirk Roberts, Traffic and Transportation Engineer. Just one quick clarification. I wanted to point out that Old Cedar Avenue north of 86th Street is already a 2-lane roadway. It's been a 2-lane roadway, and that will not change with this project. So I just want to make that one clarification. It's not 4 lanes north of 86th Street. And then as to the time it takes, that's the frequent complaint we hear with these 4-3 conversions is somebody got behind someone who was going slower than that person really wanted to go. Usually, frankly, that person's doing the speed limit, and it just doesn't feel comfortable. And if you compare the difference, if you're traveling, 35 miles an hour versus 30 miles an hour up that corridor, the difference in time is 20 seconds or something like that. So on the personal level, that can feel like a loss to someone. Granted, they probably spent more time in line for morning coffee than that, but it can still feel like that loss. But as you evaluate it from a systems perspective, the movement, the safe and efficient movement of people and goods through our economy, that additional 20 seconds, that road is still operating very satisfactorily. So.
Thank you. That's extremely helpful, and I'm not going to say which side of that equation I'm most frequently on, but thank you.
Councilmember Lohman.
So, the 4-lane conversion really is the question that I have here, and so I'll just kind of piggyback on the rest of this. So I think on page 11 of your study, you have a table out there, and the table talks about the intersection crash severity summary from 2015 to 2019. And obviously, when we look at the crashes on Old Cedar Avenue and Old Shakopee Road, we've got 21 crashes. And so what my understanding is that when we make this conversion from 4 to 3, as it's proposed today, that we're going to see a reduction there. And then I also see that on 90th, 89th intersections on Old Cedar Avenue, 87th and 86th Street, I'm seeing something like 2, 1, 1, 2 crashes. So what my question is here, as I make this as long as possible, when we look at 106th Street and 102nd and 86th Street, and those are all conversions that have been made, if we were to look at those conversion maps over that period of time, I think some of these would have been further out. What type of reduction would I have seen with those, especially those intersections where we've got, and I know we're not talking apples and apples here. These are different intersections with different traffic count volumes and that type of thing. because I think this is at the crux, I think, where residents are saying to myself, okay, so if I've got one or two crashes happening there, are we seeing zero crashes when we go across these other intersections on 106th Street, 102nd, 86th Street? Or are we still seeing crashes? I mean, what's been the impact or the evaluation? Obviously, it's there for old Shakopee Road, 21 crashes. We're going to see a reduction. Help me understand these other intersections and what's happened in the past of the other ones.
Yeah, I can try to cover that one. So in terms of the crash reduction along the corridor, it's more, I think the crashes that we were seeing along Old Cedar were more or less rear-ending crashes. So creating the separate left turn lane in the middle.
And we're talking about specifically, I want you to be sure you're being specific. So those rear crashes, you're talking the 21 that are at Old Shakopee Road. Or are you talking about the other intersections?
Along the corridor, Old Cedar Avenue corridor from 86th Street to Old Shakopee Road.
Okay.
So along the corridor, separating out those through rear end crashes, or through, left turn lane along Old Cedar will help prevent the rear ending crashes. So in terms of those crashes, we should see a reduction. The other types of crashes along Old Cedar, I don't have the data in front of me, so I can't.
Yeah, that's fair. So would you say that the 6 that are, that are not in that 21 that are part of the Old Cedar, Old Shakopee Road area? So there's 21 that are in that area, and then there's 6 really in the other ones. Are those all rear crashes? Yeah, or is there a mix there?
So for the Old Cedar Avenue and Old Shakopee intersection, those crashes are a variety of crashes. Most of them are contributed to the lack of left turn lanes heading east and westbound on Old Shakopee. So the improvement of adding left turn lanes there will reduce those crashes. But yeah, I guess I don't know. You had anything?
Yeah, I think also there might have been one or two other types of crashes. I'd have to again circle back, but for the most part, we're seeing that rear end and kind of would anticipate those improvements.
So
and I guess
not really getting my answer though. So the 6 crashes that happened that were not a part of Old Shakopee, there's the 21 that are there. That totally makes sense.
Yep.
But there's 6 other crashes that took place before that. So they're in the other areas there. So like I'm seeing 2 on 86th Street in Old Shack or Old Cedar, 1 on 87th in Old Cedar, another one on 89th, and then another 2 on 90th equals 6 crashes. So would you say 50% of those are rear end crashes, or?
It's a mix. I'd have to circle back into the full data to see. I know there's a mix of rear end and I think 1 or 2 other types of crashes. We have to circle back, but rear ends are incorporated into that. So we would expect those types of reductions, as well as with the traffic signal. If that's removed, traffic signals can also be a source of crashes occurring. So rear end crashes from vehicles having to stop on red. So if we're removing that, we're not exactly expecting those crashes as well. So that would also occur with the 3-lane.
So we would see a reduction. So we have 6 now there. Would you anticipate or predict that we'd get down to maybe 3 crashes or 2, 1? What would that number look like? And then also maybe Kirk's.
Councilmember Lohman, if I could, I don't know that we want staff kind of throwing a dart and taking a guess.
Sure.
Your earlier question, legitimate, where we have gone from 4 to 3, specifically to put in that center turn lane, what the reduction was from left turn rear end crashes. I think I'm sure they could come up with that number. Intuitively, yes, that it probably solved a good number of those. There may be still a few, but I think a good number it probably solved. But we could have staff find that information and get it back to us. But I don't know that we want staff to be making guesses, 40%, 50%.
Fair enough.
To what number?
I guess more so what my question is that we've got already data out there, and you've asked this question in the past, Mayor, about 106th Street and 102nd and 86th Street. And so I'm just curious about what reduction have we seen with that?
I think that's a legitimate question, and I think we could ask staff to come back with that information for us at a future date. I think that makes sense.
And then finally, moving on beyond that topic there, did staff look at 90th and Old Cedar, turning that into roundabout. And I know there's rationale as to why you wouldn't do that because the traffic volumes are not balanced on that. But did they look at that at all?
Councilmember Lohman, for the most part, we are focused on a side street stop, always stop control versus a roundabout or traffic signal. Once we evaluated the traffic signal and determined it wasn't warranted, typically a traffic signal warrant can be applied for a roundabout. Whereas if we're not necessarily seeing a traffic signal warranted, that probably indicates that traffic volumes are at a low enough level that a roundabout isn't necessarily needed for the additional costs that they would implement there. That would, again, slow down drivers on Old Cedar Avenue and require everyone to go through there when we're not really necessarily showing that that's warranted there because the traffic signal wasn't warranted. So we're not necessarily seeing that traffic volumes are at a level to warrant a roundabout being installed at this location.
Council, any additional questions? Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question on that corridor. Were there accidents at places other than cross streets at any of the entrances or exits to buildings in that area?
Councilmember Nelson, yeah, we took a look at that. We weren't really seeing crashes occurring at other locations. They were pretty much at those isolated intersections. And when we look at an intersection, it doesn't necessarily mean it's right at that intersection. Typically, we're using a buffer of 250 feet or so. So if it occurs within 250 feet of that intersection, that's generally kind of the influence area that we encompass for a signal or intersection. Recognize that vehicles are slowing down to make a turn or accelerating. So those are typically associated with an intersection. So when we create those buffers, there's really not that much additional area that's not considered an intersection along this corridor, just due to the intersection spacing.
Okay. With regards to the bikes, are there any concerns, because there's a bike trail, an off-road bike trail there. So if you had people in there and then you have people traveling on the shoulders on bikes, you have multiple different places that a driver would have to check to make sure it's safe to cross. Are there any concerns about that redundancy?
Councilmember Nelson, I'd say this condition exists in quite a few places on the more urban environment side where there is the redundancy, and that's something that's desired to be provided. The bike or the on-street bike facilities those cater to more of the hardcore biker, the ones they're going to bike no matter what. So they like to be on the on-street cruise, whereas the trail, that provides kind of a different environment. So that's more for the pedestrians as well as more of the casual riders. So the mom and dad going out with their kids at night to bike, they're generally more kind of using the trail. So they kind of meet a different need. And we really haven't seen in other areas where there's the redundancy of multiple areas for bikes to be that there's been a concern of drivers having to focus in those different areas. So I would say we wouldn't really anticipate that.
Just one other comment. When it comes to bikes are already legal to ride on the roadway, so they can be there anytime, and we always want drivers watching. And if drivers have to, put their head on a swivel, I don't think there's a biker in the world that's going to lament that issue. And so they can be there now. Hopefully there are more of them there in the future. The one really nice advantage to having the bike lanes on the road like this, in addition to the trail, is those roads get cleared of snow very quickly, and they get cleared very well. And we do have an increasing number of bikers using the roadway in the winter. And so it's a good accommodation in that respect as well.
Okay. There was a question or a comment about people don't like to get stuck behind the slow car. I don't like having to follow Councilmember Lohman down 106th. So, what about public transportation? There's a number of bus stops along that route. That was, I think, a question someone had emailed in, and just wanted to get an answer to that for them. Does that stop traffic completely while they're dropping off or picking up?
I'm just going to jump in, and forgive me for up and down, but that is an important transit route. It serves Route 539, which is a key route that goes from Normandale Community College, connects with the 98th Street Transit Station, and then on over up Old Cedar to the Mall of America Transit Station. So it's a really critical route for transit. It's also a potential bypass route for congestion when the Mall of America is real busy and gets congested. That's where the red line from MBTA, the red line from down south, can jump off and avoid that congestion. So it's pretty key. This has come up in the past when a bus pulls over on that shoulder to stop. Does that mean no one can get around? At the time, it was the police stated that you know, if a bus is stopped there, just like with a garbage truck, you can, if it's stopped and stationary and it's clear, you can move around that vehicle, that garbage truck or that bus in that two-way left turn lane. And that was determined, you know, as far back as when we were converting 86th Street to 4 lanes. In this instance, there's actually a wider shoulder there. So there's, instead of the 5 feet that we have on 86th Street, there's actually 8 feet, which is about the width of a transit coach. So there'll be even more out of the roadway in this particular instance as well. So, yeah, critical corridor for transit.
Okay, thank you. Last question I had was, you know, I looked at the data in terms of safety, and Councilmember Lohman kind of walked through that. The delay and level of service at everywhere except for Old Shakopee and Old Cedar seemed to be about consistent without regard to the format of the road. There was minimal delay, and they all had a very high level of service at all those other intersections. I think the safety issue was there more, but it seemed to dramatically improve based on the conversion to 3 lanes at Old Shakopee. And I was just trying to get my head around that, because one of the things I think you said was some of the issue maybe with safety as well as other things is a left turn lane. But I think, isn't there already a left turn lane on Old Cedar onto Old Shakopee Road? There's a right turn lane, there's a straight lane, there's a left turn lane. So I'm just trying to figure out how converting that section to 3 lane makes a dramatic improvement on the delay. I mean, that was significant in the data that we had on delay, and then it sounds like safety as well could be potentially significant improvement there. So can you just help me understand how that works?
Yeah, Councilmember Nelson, some of it's also in regards to the arrivals on vehicles arriving at that intersection. So with this, we were looking at removal of the intersection or the traffic signal at 90th. So some of those arrival patterns are changing there. So it's a bit more random versus platoon coming from a traffic signal. So we are looking at some more of those kind of network operations, as well as just that overall intersection. By adding left turn phasing, we are expecting a dramatic decrease in delay, especially for East Old Shakopee Road, as those vehicles are no longer queued waiting for their left turn lane, blocking vehicles going through there. Well, we are expecting that by separating those out into a left turn lane, there's additional storage, as well as that left turn phasing, they can go on a green arrow. So we're expecting an overall decrease with those improvements as well.
Mayor, if I might kind of follow up quick. So the improvement is most dramatically on Old Shakopee Road, maybe not as much on Old Cedar. Am I understanding that correctly?
Councilmember Nelson. Yeah, the overall intersection would improve, because then we can potentially circulate around to different movements quicker. But Old Cedar Avenue or East Old Shakopee Road would probably see the greatest reduction just based on the left turn phasing that could be provided and would be provided with the left turn lanes, especially during peak hours.
Okay. And then I did actually have one other question about the interchange there, Old Shakopee and Old Cedar. You've got the right-hand turns off of Old Shakopee onto Old Cedar in both directions. And how do those, and maybe this is a final design question, integrate into the traffic flow? Because I think we're doing Normandale and 98th right now to remove those types of things, because people come flying onto the road and almost hit everyone going on the other road. And so, is there a plan to address that? Because I know that, like I said, we're spending money right now to address it somewhere else where it's a safety hazard.
Yes, good question, Councilmember Nelson. We are looking at that. The thing that's maybe working against this intersection is the skew angle. So the fact that the intersections aren't meeting at right angles, that really makes it a challenge to fit some of the turning movements through there. But we are looking at refining those channelizing islands to be more teed in the sense that it's more of a yield condition, where it's not as much of a free sweeping right where vehicles can go around there as fast. We're looking at teeing them up more at a more acute angle. So it requires vehicles to slow down more, yield, and their sight lines judging gaps in traffic to their left is improved. So we are looking at what that means for the geometry, as well as potential maybe for some modifications of those aprons or the turns to see what we can do to tighten up that geometry to allow the passenger vehicles to require them more to slow down and yield, but then still allow the heavier trucks that need to progress through this intersection and the fire as well to still make those maneuvers. So At this intersection, we are looking at still keeping those channelizing islands, but we are looking at making improvements to those to enhance that pedestrian experience. So we are looking at modifying those as much as we can.
Council, any additional questions? Right? I think we've asked them all. At least I would hope we have. Yeah. With that, no further questions from the council. This is a public hearing, and I will open the public hearing now on item 4.10, public hearing on the Old Cedar Avenue traffic and intersection study. Anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak to item 4.10 this evening? Mr. Sable, anyone on the phone line wishing to speak to item 4.10?
Mr. Mayor, excuse me. It's been a while. Mr. Mayor, I have a caller, 612-816 on the line. Caller 612-816. You are unmuted if you want to talk.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. How are you this evening?
Doing very well.
My name is Tim Sandlin, and I happen to be the owner of Quality Care Tire and Auto / Cedar Avenue Shell on the corner of Old Cedar and Old Shakopee, what we're talking about. And I was able to listen to everything, and unfortunately, I had not had any information prior to today as far as how far we've gone with this so far, but I wanted to mention a couple of things in this if I might. We talk about the safety. I'm there every single day, and I see the accidents that happen. They happen right in front of me. They hear them. I really do not think a 3-lane would be a good idea right there. I already have enough problems with cars because of the traffic situation, cutting through the lot, customers walking around, potential for accidents. And, this light brings into the construction possibly in 27 where it looks like a bunch of medians will be built where it becomes I only have access for right turn in and right turn out, which kind of limits my availability for sales, but that's at another date. So mainly I'm just talking more about this one, that the safety at that light, I agree. We have to do something. People don't watch, but the majority of the accidents happen as I see cars blowing the light trying to get through. I see people getting very impatient, trying to go south on Old Cedar to get on to Old Shakopee to head home on Cedar Avenue. I see a lot of traffic then on Old Shakopee build up because of the left-hand turn lane to go north onto Old Cedar. And during a snowstorm or during any kind of a backup from 35, it turns into just a parking lot at that corner to Cedar Avenue. So really, those are just some concerns I have, especially being a business owner. It's going to affect us tremendously too. And I think the roundabout is a much more safer option, I feel, than this light. And that's what I have to say for right now.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your input. Appreciate it. Mr. Sable, anyone else on the phone?
Mayor and council members, no one else on the line.
Last call for anyone in the council chambers? Very good. Council, I would look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.10.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to close the public hearing on item 4.10. No further council discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So, Council, a lot of questions, a lot of good questions, a lot of good discussion on this, and I think a lot of information that we've heard over the course of, frankly, more than just a couple of months, because I remember a discussion on this intersection a couple of years ago, to be honest. I think we kicked off this discussion then. Personally, I think a couple of things, to break it down into a couple of things. The intersection itself obviously needs something done with it. I drive it fairly frequently, and that left turn from east Old Shakopee to north Old Cedar is terrifying, and it really is. And regardless of the time of day, if people realize they're in the wrong lane and somebody in front of them is turning left and they dodge out of there, and it's a mess. And to have those dedicated left turn lanes within that intersection, I think will be entirely helpful. It absolutely will. Doing the Old Cedar Avenue from 4 lanes to 3 in that stretch that we've been talking about here, we've been having this discussion about different roads, different sections in Bloomington for some time now. And frankly, we keep hearing similar concerns. It's going to slow us down. It's not going to make a difference. Why are you putting bike lanes in and all this kind of thing? And frankly, I think we hear those concerns when it's proposed, and then when it's actually in place, honestly, we don't hear from them again. We don't hear those concerns again. I think it generally works. The notion of, well, yes, it'll slow traffic down. Yes, it will. And 9 times out of 10, that's probably a good thing. And I'm glad to see that in a lot of cases. And I think even if it brings it down a mile or 2 an hour and makes it a little bit more pedestrian friendly, a little bit more bicycle friendly, a little bit safer, I think it's worth it. And the center left turn lanes, I think we have seen the improvements that come with that. To Councilmember Lohman's point, let's see the data. Let's see the actual data. I think just anecdotally, you can see that anytime you drive there, the opportunity to be in a safe, protected left turn lane if you're making a left is much better than being in a lane of traffic trying to make a left turn. So I appreciate the work that has gone into this. I appreciate the public engagement that has gone into this. I understand fully why people say, no, leave the 4 lanes alone, because we have heard that consistently along the way here, that people want to see the 4 lanes stay. But we've also seen consistently when it goes down to 3 lanes, there is literally minimal change in patterns, in behaviors, in speeds. But what there is a big change in is the safety of the corridor. So I think this makes good sense, and I think this is a good first step. And we just, sneak preview to everybody watching. One of the things we heard in our listening session tonight was somebody saying, how do we make Bloomington more pedestrian and bicycle friendly? Well, this is one of those examples where that would happen. So, Council, any additional thoughts? Councilmember Coulter?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think you said it really, really well. I obviously asked about the 4-3 conversions, and I would argue, frankly, in my now almost 5 years on the city council, I would say we probably hear more about traffic safety, about pedestrian and cyclist safety than we do about 4-3 conversions. I think folks, like you say, folks get upset in theory when they're proposed, and then in practice, when they're put into place, they find there's just very, very minimal change. To give you an idea, that was 20 seconds. Now, that was probably a little bit awkward, but I don't think any of us are materially worse off for that time.
No, but I was very nervous for you for a moment there. I wasn't. Councilmember Martin and Councilmember D'Alessandro. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Do we need a motion to extend the meeting by 20 minutes or 20 seconds, or is that just an automatic? I'm just kidding. Just briefly, I think looking ahead to the intersection project, hopefully in 2027, and Mayor, to your point, the gentleman that spoke at public comment, I just think it's an opportunity for us to be really aggressive in promoting the active transportation plan. And what seem like kind of small logistical changes like this are huge steps in the north-south connectivity for our city. And to be able to really use this to pitch potential redevelopment in the area, to show proof that if you provide the infrastructure that residents in this area are going to use it. So I'm excited about the safety improvements here, but really to be able to say what seems like small changes, they all add up to a lot of people being able to get to the River Valley. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Wholeheartedly agree on that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Martin. I did want to make one other recommendation as we think about this. I noticed in the documentation that there was a speed data review, and this road is 40 miles an hour in the area that we're talking about. That just seems like a lot for a 3-lane highway, especially when you're putting that much pedestrian and bicycle traffic on it on purpose, which I think is wonderful. As you know, I'll be a supporter of that. So I didn't know if there was anything we needed to do tonight, or if at some point in the future we need to talk about that. But I do think Old Cedar is ours to change, if that's correct, as opposed to Old Shakopee, which is a county road.
Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember D'Alessandro. So we are actually coming back to the council next week to talk to you about speed limits and changing the speed limits. The intent right now is to focus on the speed limits for our local unclassified roadways. Old Cedar is a classified roadway, it's a collector. When we advance the changes needed to change the local speed limits, we will also put the infrastructure in place in our city code to give us the authority to change speed limits on our collectors and arterials. And so at that point, we will have the authority to change the speed limit on Old Cedar Avenue. So it is coming. We can't do it right now, but we will set it up to do it in the future.
Okay, well, if there's no concern about not being able to do that before we kick this project off, then that's great. Thank you.
Councilmember Lohman?
Thank you, Mayor. I think my colleagues and I think you've stated very well why you support these particular changes, and I do think these changes are necessary. We need to make some types of changes here. I'm just not there yet tonight, so I will not be supporting this as it's currently constructed. I've never seen a 3-4 conversion get turned back. I still hear folks, that are on 106th Street, and I'm still waiting for the data, on those other streets. I've asked that on a number of occasions, so I'm just going to withhold my vote this time coming through. But I do recognize that there are some safety changes, and I think there's enough support here tonight to get this intersection changed, not in a manner in which that I'm supportive of. The speed limits pieces are also another component of why I object to this, and we're not going to deal with that again tonight. So for those reasons stated and some other reasons that I've stated in the past, in other meetings, I don't need to reiterate all that. I'm not going to be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Council, any additional comments? Councilmember Carter.
I will be brief in the interest of time. I will be supporting the recommendations from staff, and for the reasons already well articulated tonight. I will also say I thought it was very interesting that the gentleman, the caller, also was more supportive of the roundabout, which actually I would love to see a roundabout there, but I also appreciate the expertise that staff bring to this and the analysis. I appreciated the chart in the packet that kind of had the green and the yellow and the red that really articulated well kind of the pros and cons of both approaches. So again, we'll be supportive of the staff recommendation moving forward, and just really appreciate all of the analysis and thoughtfulness that has gone into this.
Council, I look for action on item 4.10.
Mayor, I can make that motion.
Councilmember Martin.
Mayor, I move that we approve and adopt the recommendations of the study, which include conversion of Old Cedar Avenue, 86th to Old Shock, to a 3-lane roadway, and reconstruction of the old Shakopee Road at Old Cedar Avenue intersection as a signalized intersection with dedicated turn lanes.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, second by Councilmember Carter, to approve and adopt the recommendations of the study as stated in item 4.10. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Lohman in opposition. Again, thank you very much. Thanks to our staff, thanks to our consultant, thanks to our folks who have worked on this because I think it's an important step forward, especially in this area. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight.
And our last public hearing of the evening. This is item 4.11, and it's a public hearing regarding an ordinance addressing the possession of a detached catalytic converter. Mr. Zuniga, this has been a big topic recently across the metropolitan area and here in Bloomington, and I'm glad to see that we're moving forward with this. Good evening, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Yeah, as you said, Mr. Mayor, this is an ongoing issue for the Twin Cities. It's an ongoing issue for law enforcement agencies within the Twin Cities, and Bloomington's no exception. This is an issue that our officers face on a routine basis. And so what we're really looking to do is give the officers a new tool that they can utilize when they stop someone with multiple catalytic converters in their possession. So right now there is no state law that criminalizes or regulates the possession of a detached catalytic converter. And so what you've seen is cities, especially within the metro area, starting to adopt ordinances to give their officers some tools. Mike, if you want to. And so really what this ordinance does, it's really simple, is that it makes possession
or resale of a catalytic converter that is not attached to a motor vehicle a misdemeanor, unless the person that possesses it or resells it can essentially prove that they have lawful ownership or they received it lawfully. And so if the person is able to provide proof or verification that the converter lawfully passed from the owner of the vehicle from which it was removed to the person, or the person can provide proof or verification of legal receipt of the catalytic converter, or they can provide proof that they comply with the recording requirements in Minnesota Statute Section 325E.21, which is the state law that regulates scrap metal dealers and requires certain report or recording requirements when they receive scrap metal, including catalytic converters. Such items as the weight of the metal, the identification, any numbers that are associated with the catalytic converter. So if the person can provide that they've proof or verification that they've complied with that state law, they would not be guilty of a misdemeanor. And so, like I said, it's a really, I think, simple ordinance that gives our officers a new tool for when they are pulling over people that they suspect have stolen catalytic converters, because it is really difficult for them to prove that they are stolen unless they're actually witnessing the theft itself. And so this gives our officers the ability to lawfully seize the catalytic converters and then cite the person for a misdemeanor. So I will stand for questions. Deputy Chief Clausen is also here and is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. So how could the person provide proof or verification that they are in legal receipt of the catalytic converter?
Well, if they obtained it from a scrap metal dealer, they will have a receipt that will detail all that information. Our Bloomington Police Department has a tagging program, if you will, that provides proof of the ownership that associates that particular catalytic converter with a vehicle. And so if the person is in possession of that information, that's also proof that they're in lawful possession as well. Or if they just simply purchase it from a reseller, that reseller has to comply with those recording requirements and then can provide that proof to the person in possession as well.
So people who actually have them in their possession legally shouldn't have anything to worry about.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. As well as licensed scrap metal dealers, this will not impact them as well.
Very good. Council, any questions of Mr. Zuniga? Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me, just a quick follow-up on that one. Just, I'm not seeing in here, and forgive me if you covered this while I was out of the room, if, say, someone gets pulled over in their car and they have a catalytic converter, are they, if they don't have the receipt on them, are they given a certain amount of time to produce that? Or, do they have to have it right on them when they're found with the catalytic converter?
Mayor, Councilmember Coulter, they would have to have it on them at that time. If not, they would receive a citation, and then they can then provide that proof through the court process.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. Would it be one charge, one misdemeanor per catalytic converter that they have if they had multiple, or how would that work in the event that they had multiple? Would they be cited for all of them individually? And
Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, they would be cited individually for each catalytic converter.
Okay. And then if they do have more than one, is it possible to escalate from misdemeanor to gross misdemeanor to felony or anything like that if they had a whole back of a pickup truck full of them or something? I don't know how these things work.
Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, right now as the ordinance is written, it would be a misdemeanor for each one. There is no elevated offenses.
Okay. And then I guess last question is, what is the limitation on our authority in terms of how far we can move up that ladder?
Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, I'll certainly defer to Ms. Manderscheid, but in our ordinance, there's only one instance where a violation of the ordinance is a gross misdemeanor, and that is having to deal with public contracts and employees and council members having a financial interest in that. So I'll defer to Ms. Manderscheid.
Ms. Manderscheid?
Mayor, members, typically speaking in our code, a code violation is a misdemeanor, unless otherwise stated. So it would probably be a misdemeanor and only that.
And I guess one additional question. Thank you for the line of questioning. If they have multiple converters in their possession, if they're ticketed, then do they leave with them, or are they then confiscated by law enforcement?
Mayor, council members, they are confiscated by law enforcement.
Good. All right. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
This might be a question for Deputy Chief Clausen. I'm curious as to whether or not we have data that suggests that this could have, I don't know, we could have, if we had this in place earlier, like how many of these are we experiencing, I guess is what I'm asking. Is this, I'm hesitant to, I certainly support this, and I'm hesitant to put a law in the books that you don't feel actually has any teeth, I guess is what I'm saying. So in your experience, or in the police department's experience, have there been times where you've pulled people over, seen them, couldn't do anything about it, that kind of thing? Can you give us a little bit of that experience?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember D'Alessandro. We definitely have had those situations. Unfortunately, we don't have a data collection for that, because in those circumstances, while we might feel and believe that a crime has occurred or someone's in possession of stolen property, without the ability to prove that, we can't charge that. Therefore, we don't make an arrest, we don't issue a citation, so we don't have that data.
So as a follow-up, Mr. Mayor, so in your opinion, putting this on the books will help you?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Council, additional questions. Councilmember Nelson, then Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick follow-up on that. Would it be possible, once we have possession of it, to investigate if it was stolen? I mean, I know more and more people are marking them now, and then if that was determined, would there be potential for additional charges for possession of stolen property, that type of thing?
Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, yeah, the ordinance does not prohibit us from pursuing other criminal charges as well. That would result from a police investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lohman.
I think you may have just answered my question. So I guess I'm just going to ask what Councilmember Nelson just asked earlier, but just in a different way. Are we precluded from assessing penalties at gross misdemeanor or felony for our ordinances? Is there anything stopping us from doing that?
Ms. Manderscheid?
Mayor, members, I would have to look it up, but I believe it's in state law that states that it's a misdemeanor. I'll double check that while you all are continuing to discuss.
Council, anything additional? Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, our 11th of the evening. And our final public hearing. This is a public hearing regarding an ordinance on possession of detached catalytic converter. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to speak? Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, my name is Brian Savig. I live at 10941 Humboldt. I strongly support this measure. What I'm wondering, I've got a couple questions of fact. Is a catalytic converter serialized currently?
By serialized, you mean marked?
Has a serial number on it?
I'm honestly not sure. I know that Bloomington Police have and I believe some auto shops have a program in place where they can mark them and do mark them, but I don't believe the converters themselves are.
Correct.
Commander Clausen?
Yeah, Mayor, I can answer that. The catalytic converters are not marked individually. The state has rolled out a grant program where they're trying to assist in prevention of theft, where individuals can take their car and have their catalytic converter marked, but that's on a voluntary basis, and it's not every vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Could I then suggest we sent a letter to the Senate and Congress of the United States about environmental cooling and warming? Could I suggest the city send a letter to the state catalytic converter manufacturers and the federal government to strongly consider serializing these and requiring that of manufacturers? That would seem to solve the problem completely.
What I think you're suggesting and what I think...
Well, it comes with the car. The car manufacturer records it. Every shop that installs one changes that record. And now you have complete proof.
Very good.
If you've got a serial number, if your car has one stolen from it, you know the serial number.
Very good.
So I strongly recommend doing that. But
Appreciate
I
it.
strongly recommend passing this if it'll help the police, because it's been endemic in my neighborhood. And I even wonder, are you breaking the law if you drive to the repair shop with your muffler disconnected? Can you get a ticket for that?
I believe that catalytic converter and a muffler are two different things.
Well, but it's part of the exhaust system.
Yes.
So, anyway, strongly support it. Thank you. And I
Thank
should
you.
register here. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this? Mr. Sable, is there anyone on the line?
Mr. Mayor, council members, no one on the line.
Council, last call in the chambers here. No one coming forward, no one on the line. I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.11.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to close the public hearing on item 4.11. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Council, any thoughts, questions, comments on this? Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try and keep my comments brief, but to me, this just feels like another example of cities having to step in where the state has not, and it's really frustrating to me. You know, all of the questions and issues that we raised and that were raised by our commenter here, all of them would be better addressed by the state of Minnesota. It would be more effective. There could be escalating penalties. The magnitude of the problem is such that it's just much better if the state puts this within statute. And it's incredibly frustrating to me that they have not. So I'm glad we are taking this step. I do obviously support the ordinance, but I just feel like we need to be incredibly clear with the state legislature that they need to step up and take action on this.
I would agree, Councilmember, and I can imagine language to that effect in our legislative policies as we head into the new year.
Mr. Mayor and council members, we've already added that note, and we will have staff research it and potentially bring something back when we bring the platform.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Lohman.
You know, Mayor, I think my colleague has said it well here too. We absolutely got to bring this to an end, and maybe we can't as a council. I know they're researching it right now, and I don't think it'd be appropriate tonight to increase that penalty right now without doing some more research, and so that would be left for another time. But I would fully support getting this to the highest level of penalty that we can get it to try to deter that from happening here in the city of Bloomington. I just think it's despicable when folks take other people's property in this particular manner, and I hope that this is the first step for us working hard to prevent this from happening in our neighborhoods. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Mr. Mayor, I'm curious if we could potentially see some data on this, maybe since they might be tracking it, since we put this in. I will be supporting this. If it passes tonight, then I'd love for us to be tracking this as a line item in our police report if possible, just so we can give people some insight into how we're doing in potentially solving some of this at our level, if that's possible. Any reason to believe we couldn't do that?
I see Commander Clausen nodding, and so yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. With that, I'm happy to make the motion.
I would look for a motion.
Okay,
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Let's do it. Excellent. We have, I'll make the motion to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 12 of the City Code related to the possession of catalytic converters.
We have a motion and a second to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 12 of the City Code related to the possession of catalytic converters. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Councilmember D'Alessandro, summary
Make
publication.
the second motion here to adopt a resolution directing summary publication of an ordinance amending Chapter 12 of the City Code related to the possession of catalytic converters.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Carter for summary publication. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Very good. Thank you very much. And that concludes item 4 on our agenda, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. We will move on to item 5 in our agenda tonight, our organizational business. And item 5.1 is a resolution adopting the preliminary 2023 tax levy. Kari Carlson, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see you again. So my presentation should be coming up shortly, but this is a presentation of the 2023 preliminary tax levy and budget. And just as a reminder, this is the highest that the 2023 tax levy can be. It can be reduced from the preliminary tax levy, but it cannot be increased. Next slide, please. So the first thing we're going to take a look at is just to go back to the preliminary tax levy model that we shared with you at the August 22nd council meeting about the budget. So this is that same tax model. And if you recall, the initial working model that we were looking at for the tax levy was around 19% increase from 2022. And so after making reductions, we were at 11.58%. And some of the reductions, they were in the general fund, but as you can see here as well, we had a $50,000 reduction for fire pension and also $50,000 reduction for aquatics. We had a reduction where we didn't have any money set aside for strategic priorities. And the debt service was also reduced. We were able to use some funding to abate one of the debt service payments to bring that down as well, but it was still at 11.58%. And so this next slide, when we were going through the levy and the budget on August 22nd, there was a wish from council to see this tax levy in a different way. And I don't know if I've done this before, looking at the tax levy. So this was an interesting exercise where we took that 11.58% increase from the 2022 tax levy, which is about $7.9 million. And then we divided that among the different departments. And as you'll see, these are the public-facing departments, that the services to the public. And so what we do with, like, for example, finance department, legal department, administrative department, since those are all in the general fund with a lot of these departments here, we don't actually charge that back because we're all in the general fund together. But when we look at our tax levy, when we're presenting it to the public and showing the cost of public services, we allocate that out as overhead. So that's what you're seeing here, is that allocation of finance and legal and administration department. So when you look at it like this, as you can see, the majority of the $7.9 million increase is in police and fire and debt service. So when you take those together, that's about $6.1 million. And so the remaining $1.8 million is in community development, community services, parks and rec, public works. So that's about 9% is police, fire, and debt service. And then the remaining 2.58% are those other services. So we were talking about that last time, but that's just another illustration in dollars. And then this next slide, so we started off at 11.58%, and what we did is show what we need to reduce in dollars to get to different targets. And we brought it down to the 7.76%, since that was what we had presented last time as our base budget, where we're not adding any additional positions or any additional expenses for inflation of costs and services, materials and services. This was just the positions that we had, and basically that was it. So nothing added. So to bring it down to that base budget is a $2.6 million reduction in the tax levy. And then you can see, at 11%, it's 397,000, or 10.5%, 738. So there's things that we'll be working on. So then we've talked about this quite a bit, and the mayor has talked about this in his council minute and many other times when addressing the public, but this budget is a large investment in public safety. And so I just wanted to give you some more concrete examples and dollar amounts that are driving this increase. So we'll start off with police, and from that previous slide that I was looking at, the overall 11.58% increase in the tax levy that we were initially looking at. So 3.96% of that is $252,000 that's salaries and benefits, and it's fully loaded, but for 2 additional police officers. And then $118,000, again, a fully loaded with salary and benefits and IT for a new dispatch training supervisor. Then $514,000 for the Axon contract, the body cameras, squad cameras. That has come down a bit from the last time, so that's a little bit lower, but it's still a lot more than we had before. And then $375,000 increases for police and supplies, training, and services. $500,000 is we did use American Rescue Plan funds this year to help with our police payroll. And so that's just for 2022, so we don't have that additional resource in 2023. So it is creating a bit of a structural imbalance for 2023, so that is something that's adding. And then just with the increases the contract for the existing police employees, it's about $1 million. And then if we go to the next slide, this is the breakout for fire. So this is the 3.52% of that initial tax levy increase. So we did already add 4 additional firefighters in 2022 to address the current needs. So that's, again, fully loaded salaries and benefits. Then in addition to that, in the 2023 budget, there is 6 additional firefighters for $713,000. And then there's also a $350,000 increase for the small fire equipment, $525,000 increase for large fire equipment, $214,000 increase for the hourly rate for the paid on call firefighters, and then for the existing full-time firefighters, $125,000 increase. So we just wanted to give you a little more detail of what's really driving this. And then also, even for the debt service, a big portion of that is for public safety. So $880,000 of that increase for debt service is directly related to fire station number 4. And so the next piece of information just wanted to share that came up at the last meeting was we didn't have the graph of our median value home comparison to other cities that a lot of times we do share. So we have that to show you here on this next slide. And so this is, we don't have the numbers, they're still very preliminary for 2023, but we just wanted to show you where we ended 2022. These are the final property tax numbers for these cities and the median value home comparison. So Bloomington is not the bottom in this, but we're kind of towards the end. So we're highlighted there at $101 per month of city property tax for the median value home. So you could see the lowest one there at $95.38, Maple Grove, and then the highest one on this is Edina at $137.86. So let's talk about, for tonight, our what we're recommending for the proposed 2023 preliminary tax levy. So if you go on the next slide, overall, these are options that we're going to be looking at from now until November, and when December 5th is the Truth in Taxation public hearing, but we have the November 21st meeting set aside just for budget. But what we'll be looking at is these are potential options that could reduce the levy. So we'll be looking at the lodging tax revenue and admission tax revenue very closely. They've been doing very well. We had 2 really good months recently. So that potentially could be increased based on forecasts, if that makes sense. We want to be conservative when we're budgeting revenues, but if it looks reasonable, that could possibly be something that could help take some pressure off the property tax levy. We'll also be looking at the permit revenues to see if those can potentially increase. And just fees in general, there could be some potential to increase fees. There was some talk about funding kind of one-time expenditures, capital expenditures from strategic priorities that we could possibly do. And then there's always the option of reducing service levels. I think what the mayor has talked about, what we're going to stop doing. So go to the next slide. So knowing that this is the highest that the levy can be for a preliminary levy, and that we can still bring it down before the end of the year, we are recommending a 10.5% preliminary levy. So in order to bring this down from 11.58% to 10.5%, what we've done is we've increased the amount of tax stabilization that's transferred from the Strategic Priorities Fund. So what was planned is $1.1 million to transfer from the Strategic Priorities Fund to the general fund up until 2025. And so for this preliminary budget, we've increased that amount to $1.83 million. And that is in the preliminary general fund budget. So this is a placeholder right now. We are confident that we can bring it down to at least 10.5% or lower by a combination of the things that we just had on the other slide. But we have some planned budget discussions all through October up until the November 21st meeting. So starting next month, I'll be at all the council meetings with lots of other staff, just going through things more in depth and just looking at the department budget requests more in depth and some policy issues to determine where the council would like to make adjustments. And so next, I have what we are proposing for our budget discussion, kind of policy discussion items with the council. So October 3rd, we're going to have police and fire, so kind of dive deeper into those and also talk about if we do get the SAFER grant, which could be another thing that could change things as far as what our property tax levy is, how we want to handle that with the grant planning. For example, it'll be funded for 3 years, but then we'll have, the 18 firefighters that the grant will cover, we'll need to absorb, and how we want to plan for that so it doesn't all come in it. And we'll need to fund it in year 4. We're also going to talk about the internal service fund that's for public safety, which is the Public Safety Technology and Equipment Fund, and the Fire Pension Special Revenue Fund. So that's going to be, we're going to start off with public safety. Then October 17th is already the day that we planned for utility funds and the rates, but we're also going to talk about fleet and facilities that night and the public works in the general fund. We are going to talk about sidewalk snow plowing. That was something that from the initial budget request, there was a need that public works saw to add to the fleet for additional sidewalk snowplows, and that was $800,000. So that was kind of one of the first things we brought out. But there's for them to share their reasons for wanting to do that and just have a talk about sidewalk snowplowing and what we do with that. And then also to talk more about sustainability and natural resources. So that's Public Works Night. It's October 17th is what we're planning. And then October 24th, talking about other revenue sources, maybe other potential revenue sources, our fee structure. We're going to talk about the legal department's budget request, community development's budget request, and then the IT department's budget request, which is an internal service fund. And then the last one, November 14th, would be community services, and it's in the general fund for public health and co-ed. But then they also have the communications special revenue fund and the internal services support support services fund, which is our print shop and mailroom and info desk. And then we're going to go through Parks and Recreation budget in the general fund and the 4 recreation facility funds, the finance budget request, including our insurance, internal service fund, and then the administration budget request with HR and city manager's office, city clerk, and then also the employee benefits, internal service fund, and accrued benefits. So there will be some deeper dives into those budgets. And so with that, I'm done with my presentation, but I'm going to open it up for questions and discussion.
Thank you. Council, questions on this? Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Very succinct. There's a lot to cover there, and there's always a risk of when you cover too little, a lot of the details get lost. And I know we will cover the details coming up. One of the things that I wanted to ask is that more years than often, I've seen us end up with positive budget variance, and I can't remember, we had renamed that to something else. Some other council member hated that name, so but I'm going to just use the other name, the positive budget variance. And so we saw that, last year, and maybe this is a manager question, and we, since we had additional revenues for various reasons, we ended up being able to spend those dollars on other things. And I think one of the questions that I've gotten asked many a times when I go to doors is, okay, so now you have this additional dollars in the previous year. Why couldn't you just take that to spend down, what you got coming up in this year? And if for those folks who didn't watch the last meeting, I wonder if the manager has a more short, succinct way of saying that, why we went through that, and than I would.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Lohman. Asking me for short and succinct is always a dangerous proposition. Kari mentioned during the presentation the structural imbalance, and that is the driving factor in whether we would consider doing something like you suggest or like people ask. We currently have what I would say is a slight structural imbalance in our budget for the next 3 years. Council is well aware that we've programmed essentially a subsidy of about $1.1 million supported by our Strategic Priorities Fund. That was done intentionally to try and mitigate the impact of tax levy increases on residents. We're proposing to continue that for a couple of years. What Kari suggested is that the reduction from our working budget proposal last month at 11.58% to get to the 10.5% is by increasing that tax levy stabilization line item. What that does is increase the amount of structural imbalance. So I don't think that we are going to come back to you in December and say that that's our final recommendation. We're using it as a placeholder right now so that the left and the right side of the ledger match up. So when we were talking about those investments earlier in the summer that the council chose to make, using that amount of money to try to buy down the levy would only push out the problem to the next year that we would have to solve again, frankly, when we're a little bit less flush than we were this year. The good amount of that positive budget variance was the result of a couple of years of federal funding that came through the city, and frankly, effort by our departments to hold down their costs as much as possible. And so the federal funding is no longer flowing right now, so we're not expecting that we will see positive budget variance anywhere near what we saw this year.
in some of those dollars, just to kind of help clarify some more, you had to spend those on specific things. You couldn't just take it and use it any way, which way you wanted to. My understanding was too that you'd mentioned before with that.
I would say, Councilmember Lohman, there's a combination there. So what we were able to do with the recommendations that we made and council adopted had more flexibility than the federal funding, because the federal funding actually provided some offsets for us that freed up money that wasn't as constrained as what the federal funds were.
Thank you for that clarification. And then I guess my last question, and then I'll make a brief comment, is that, Mayor, you talk about investments in our future, and I know that another council member here talks about that. Spending on certain priorities is a values or a budget kind of decision. And I know that in the past we've had a paradigm of trying to provide the lowest tax levy in the region, and we're trying to shift that paradigm so that we can continue to invest on an ongoing basis in some of the reduction in the capital that's happened over the year with our when it comes to services and when it relates to our buildings and just a number of different things that are here in the city, especially as we make a change and shift with our new vision statement that's been put together. And so really my question for you, Mayor, is when you look at this number, how do you balance between those two paradigms? There's the past paradigm and then this new paradigm, and I'm just wanting to get your take on what you see this number.
Well, I've said a number of times in the past, Councilmember, that it's, as you said, for many years, the goal and the priority for the Bloomington City Council, for city staff, for the residents of Bloomington was to keep that tax levy as low as possible. And it was a good goal, and it worked well for Bloomington for a number of years. The flip side of that is that now we have some costs that have caught up to us, whether it's in our physical buildings, whether it's the fire stations, Bloomington Ice Garden, Creekside Community Center, whether it's in some of the services that we provide. We're a city of 90,000, and we don't have a full-time fire department, which is, we heard a good presentation within the past couple of weeks about how that's an issue, and a significant issue for what it means for fire protection in the city of Bloomington. We are at the point where we need to decide as a community if we want to reinvest or invest in our community and continue to move forward, or if we want to continue, as we have in the past, to keep that tax levy number as low as possible. And if we do, there will be there are consequences to that in terms of the services that are able to be provided, in terms of the facilities, the programming that we have within a city. And then ultimately, as you play that out, how appealing and how attractive Bloomington is as a place to live for people in the Twin Cities. And so it's a discussion that we have to have. And this is, as I have said and was not shy about saying, this is a big number. I agree with that completely. This is a big number. The fact that the vast majority of it is for public safety, I think, says something in terms of our priorities and what we want to be moving toward as a community. And the fact that that big number is the result of some decisions that were made in the past that we have to account for at some point, and now is that time to account for those. And so it's difficult. This is a difficult conversation, without question. But I think it's an important conversation that we need to have as a community. This is not just the seven of us and Kari and Jamie making these decisions. This is a community decision and discussion that we have to have. I'll be honest, I've heard from a number of folks who have said, this makes sense. It's a bitter pill. It's kind of a tough one to take, but it's something that makes sense and we have to move forward on. I've heard from a lot of people who have said that. I've heard from a lot of people who have said, wow, that's a big number, and we're not happy with that. So it's a discussion and a decision we have to make as a community.
Thank you, Mayor. And I promised I'd be brief. I will. And I think that's probably the dilemma that I'm balancing with in my mind is when I came on council. We talked about a balance. In terms of the, in terms of trying to drive that rate down. And now we have this new paradigm. I'm trying to figure out, where's up, where's down, trying to figure out, how do we measure success, with respect to this type of number. And, I'm certainly willing to, entertain this today, but, I just want to be sure that we're able to make the case and tell the story to the residents. And as you've said eloquently, understand where our residents are at. What makes sense for those folks who are, challenged with inflation and challenged with so many of their own personal things. And I know that by doing nothing, that doesn't make it better either. You're kind of kicking the can down the road. So I just want to be sure that we are investing these dollars and this levy to the best priorities and the best pieces there. And I appreciate you kind of setting an anchor there for us to kind of look at this. Thank you.
Council, additional questions? Councilmember Coulter and then Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Coulter.
Sorry, I don't have any additional questions. I don't know if anybody does. I don't want to step on toes here.
As a question, but comment, so it's fine.
Okay, well, I'll save my piece
go
here
ahead.
and we'll go from there. And I appreciate Councilmember Lohman and Mayor, both of you, setting me up to say it, but not actually saying it the way I always say it, which is that this is obviously one of those examples where budget decisions are policy decisions. And, one of the things that we have heard countless times, those of us who were on the ballot last year certainly heard it quite a bit, is folks are willing, they have said, we are willing to spend more to invest in public safety. And here's your opportunity to do just that. And I guess actually before I get that far, I should confirm the numbers in that slide, tax levy increased by department, and specifically I'm asking about the police and fire and debt service numbers. Those all add up to 11.58%. Can I assume at least for the police, fire, and debt service numbers that those percentages are the same with the 10.5%, or at least very close to it?
Yes, Mayor and Councilmember Coulter. So in order to bring it down to 10.5%, we increased the amount from the tax levy stabilization. So in theory, for that, we would just allocate it across the board the same. So wouldn't change those percentages much, but.
Sure. So within reason, they're roughly the same. Is the overall proportion, I think, is what I'm getting at. And that's, I think the point that I'm making is that these are actions we are taking. These are things that, frankly, we just need to do. And I think, certainly with the police department numbers, but honestly, particularly with the fire department numbers, we are just to a point now where we simply can't put this off anymore. It is time to take action. It's time to do these things. And so you add all of that together with, as Kari mentioned, the debt service, most of which is going for a new fire station. It ends up being that ends up being roughly 8.77% of that 10.5%. Put slightly differently, roughly 84% of this levy increase is going to public safety. And, this is in addition to things that we just have to do right now because we have to do them. This is just one of those sort of core basic things that local governments have to do. And I think folks in our community rightly expect that we do them well, that we do them efficiently, and that we're providing the services that the community needs. And I think that's what this budget does. I don't like the 10.5% number either. I am particularly concerned about the continued shift that we're seeing onto residential property taxpayers from commercial industrial. But I think this is a good starting position. But I think, Mayor, to your point as well, this is a conversation that we need to have as a community, and we need to be willing to say, you have said as a community you are willing to invest more, you are willing to pay more to do these things. So let's do that, and let's have that conversation about what that looks like. And so I'm comfortable supporting this number tonight. Look forward to the conversations moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, Kari. This was super helpful. I also appreciate it was very succinct but very clear and really told the story for where we're at right now. And so I guess just to kind of reiterate and clarify what you've said, but for those who are listening, I just want to emphasize the point. we have the preliminary levy that we're setting tonight. It means we cannot go above it moving forward, but we will go below it. I mean, I guess I can't really say that, but I expect that we will go lower. And then over the next couple months, we're going to have budget discussions per department where we will be discussing proposals from staff to increase fees or reduce service levels or expenditures in other ways, and kind of have some policy discussions during those times to look at other options.
Yes, Mayor and Councilmember Carter, that is correct.
Okay, and I agree with what's been said. I mean, I absolutely think we have to be making the necessary investments in public safety, and I just know that our community is going to want to make sure we also did the due diligence to go through each department and have those tough conversations where we need to have them. And so with all of that understanding, I also can support the 10.5% preliminary levy tonight with the expectation that that will not be the final levy, that we will get it lower than that. But I really look forward to kind of these deeper dive conversations into the department budgets and figuring out, what are those hard conversations that we need to have and the decisions we need to make. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll sort of reiterate some of what I said last time, but, I still continue to be concerned about those in our community that are facing escalating rents, the people that are owning homes, particularly those that are the less expensive homes in our community, are increasing at the fastest rate because there just aren't a lot of entry-level houses, so they're going to be disproportionately impacted by this. But when I look at these numbers, and I just adjusted these a little bit between the 11.5 and the 10.5, but 7% of this is for police and fire. Maybe a little over 1% is for bonding, much of which, as was explained, is for public safety as well. That's 8% of 10.5, and that leaves 2.5% of this increase is from other things. And I asked the city manager earlier today, what were we talking about last year when we were doing ours? And we were talking about, I think our modeling was at 4.5%. And so, we look at the increases for public safety. That's what's driving this clearly. We are actually, it looks like, in the other areas, staff is doing a good job of really looking at their numbers, containing costs, trying to be as efficient as possible. I think we all will, and you can expect us as we go forward into the detailed conversations. We'll ask a lot of tough questions and try everything we can to bring that number down even more. But this is driven by public safety. It's very clear. And we need to make those investments. We've talked about it ever since I've been on the council about the fire department, the needs. Chief Seal has been very eloquent. We'll go with eloquent. So in discussing those needs, and we have consistently heard about the needs at the police department and things like that, and we have consistently supported their requests over the last several years. And so I think this is a continuation of that policy. But it's not a small thing that the impact that this will have on some people in our community, particularly those least able to address it, those on fixed incomes, those on lower incomes, and we will be mindful of that as we go through this process.
Council, anything else? If not, Council, we do need to adopt the resolution establishing the preliminary 2023 tax levy increase to 10.75%. Excuse me, 10.5%. It's way too late already. I do want to stress again, this is the maximum amount that we're able to levy by adopting this. That doesn't mean it couldn't come down, but this would be the maximum amount that we'd be able to levy. So I think that's important to understand here, and I think we all do, but I think it's important for people watching to understand as well that this number can't go up, it can only come down now. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
I just have one quick question. Is it possible for us, as we think about over the course of the next couple of months, the changes to the budget that might occur because we get more revenue than we think we will or whatever, that we don't apply that to the numbers for police and fire? Because if anything, what I want to see happen is that the percentage of the total that is, if we're calling this a public safety, levy, the percentage that goes to that should proportionally go up if we make changes. It shouldn't go down. And so, where we allocate those additional revenue dollars and things like that should go to these other places to continue to drive it down, but it shouldn't necessarily change the investment dollars we're making. Does that make sense? Can we make sure we do it that way?
Well, I think that's going to be part of the discussion as we move forward.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, to sit here today and say, yes, that's how we're doing it, I think it's part of the discussion as we get to the end of November.
Yeah, what I guess I'm getting to is what I don't want to do is I don't want us to dilute the point we're trying to make here as we present this levy tonight, to say, because if we end up with $2 or $3 extra million in revenue for some reason, if our budget is a reflection of our values and we're investing in our future, then the numbers that of investment that we're asking our citizens and our residents to make should be reflective of that, if that makes sense.
It does.
I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Lohman?
Who ready to move this or what?
Any additional comments? Councilmember Lohman?
All right, let's get it moved here. Not catalytic converted. Wow, it's getting late for me here. Mayor, I'll move to adopt a resolution establishing the preliminary 2023 tax levy increase of 10.50.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Martin to adopt a resolution establishing the preliminary 2023 tax levy increase at 10.5%. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 5.2 kind of works hand in glove with the levy. Proposed levy is the preliminary 2023 general fund budget. Ms. Carlson.
I don't have any more things to present, but this is the budget that goes along with, that's in the resolution that goes with the 10.5% levy increase.
Council, any questions, comments on that specifically? Councilmember Lohman.
Let's go ahead and move this one too then, as long as there aren't any questions. Mayor, I'll move to adopt a resolution establishing a preliminary 2023 general fund budget utilizing a 10.50% levy increase.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Martin to adopt a resolution establishing a preliminary 2023 general fund budget utilizing the 10.5% levy increase. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. All right.
I'm going to stay for just
you're going to stay
the next little bit.
Okay.
So,
Item 5.3. This is this is the preliminary approval of the HRA levy and the consent of the Port Authority levy for 2023.
yes, and so this is the first time there's been a Port Authority levy. There has been, of course, an HRA levy, and that's typically just on consent, so it hasn't been part of this presentation. But since things are a little different now, and you've had many presentations about the plan, I'm just recapping that here for if people are tuning in that haven't seen this before. But so just some highlights with this. So the Port Authority does not currently have a tax levy, but the HRA, the Housing and Redevelopment Authority, has levied at the maximum limit over the last 10 years. And the plan is for the Port Authority to manage new development within the city so that the HRA can focus on its housing programs. And so this tonight is requesting consent of the Port Authority levy in order to take on the additional development work, with the understanding that the HRA levy has been reduced so that the combined amount of both the Port Authority levy and the HRA levy will be no more than the maximum 2023 levy for the HRA. It's kind of a mouthful, but so the next slide just shows this in dollars. So the Port Authority's desire is to have a levy of $1.4 million and the HRA a preliminary levy of $1,376,969. So those two together equals what typically the HRA would have levied for 2023, which is their maximum. And then on the next slide, just to recap that on August 23rd, the HRA board adopted this resolution for the HRA levy, preliminary levy, and that on September 6th, the Board of Commissioners of the Port Authority adopted a resolution approving this tax levy of $1.4 million. So this decision is contingent upon the council tonight via resolution approving this evening. So that was all in the agenda item, but I just thought I would kind of highlight it for this presentation before bringing up the resolutions for you.
And so to be clear, this is basically the same as what the HRA levied in the past.
Mm-hmm.
It's just now breaking it between the HRA and the Port Authority and giving both of the organizations a bit different way of doing business. And we heard this presentation about a month or so ago about how the HRA is going to focus their work on housing, and the Port Authority is going to focus their new work on economic development across the city, not specifically in the South Loop. Did I summarize that correctly?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Mr. Verbrugge, did I summarize that correctly?
Mr. Mayor, it's like you've been practicing that in your council minute for the last 6 months. So.
Council questions. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
A quick clarification, Mr. Mayor. So in 2022, the HRA levy was maxed at the 2.7 million or so. Is that what we're saying? I just want to be clear that the total number isn't changing. It's just that they're getting split between the two authorities. Okay, thank you for that. Second question is does the Port Authority have a maximum like the HRA does? Yes. Is it the same number?
It is not. No, it is a different number based on the fact that they're different types of organizations.
Mm-hmm.
It's written in state law. It's a percentage of the percentage of the taxable. That is.
Mayor, members, it's estimated market value of taxable property within the city. For the port, it's 0.01813%. And for the HRA, it's a different number.
It's a different number. So there are different numbers based on.
That's fine. I can take my question offline and maybe we'll
yes.
Somebody can walk me through it at some point. But it's calculated differently.
Yep, correctly.
Thank you very much.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Coulter?
Well, I was just going to list out the same numbers that the city attorney listed. I'm happy to make a motion though, unless.
Let's make sure everybody is good. Councilmember Coulter.
All right, if for no other reasons, and then the mayor doesn't have to say the word preliminary again tonight.
Thank you.
I will move to adopt a resolution approving the preliminary levy for year 2023 pursuant to Minnesota statute section 469.053 subdivision 4 by the Port Authority of the City of Bloomington. I just read the first one. We had Port Authority and then HRA.
Yes.
Second.
Got it. Motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Lohman to approve a levy for 2023 for the Port Authority of the City of Bloomington, Minnesota. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt a resolution approving a preliminary levy for year 2023 pursuant to Minnesota statutes section 469.033 subdivision 6 for the Housing and Redevelopment Authority in and for the City of Bloomington.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Lohman to approve a preliminary levy for 2023 regarding the Housing and Redevelopment Authority in the City of Bloomington. No further questions, no further council discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the work and appreciate the clarity of the information. Really do.
Thanks.
Our final item for back and forth until we get to our City Council and Policy and Issue update is an information item only, and no action is required on this. This is item 5.4. This is an update on our Natural Resources Management Plan.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good evening to you, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for having us here to provide an update on natural resources work in Bloomington. I'm Dave Hanson, Assistant Maintenance Superintendent, and with me is Renee Clark, Deputy Park and Recreation.
Mr. Hanson, Dave, can I get you on the microphone, please?
Better?
A little bit.
Was that
closer?
Closer?
There you go.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you.
Victory.
This is Renee Clark from Park and Recreation. Click slides, please. You're doing that? Okay. Tonight we're going to cover these topics. First of all, it'll be how the Park System Master Plan spoke to natural resources and how we're going to implement that direction. Details on the new prioritization plan that we just completed, what we are doing and what we plan to do in the near future, and then the next steps as far as park planning goes.
These are the priority park elements that we identified in the Park System Master Plan, which was about an 18-month effort that the council adopted about a year ago. We heard natural resources as a priority theme from a significant public engagement effort that occurred from other surveys and engagement events that we do throughout the city. We hear natural resources as quite a strong theme. Also from the engagement in the Park System Master Plan, trails and mobility, new park amenities, and equity were identified as priority themes. Section 4 of the Park System Master Plan has an action plan with the priority themes and specific action steps for each of those priorities. Tonight, the plan before you is in direct response to the action plan that's provided in the Park System Master Plan. The priority park elements specifically addressed by this work and other natural resources work that are ongoing include the natural resources element, organizational structure, and sustainability. All those action steps related to natural resources are described in this table, and the plan that we're presenting here tonight specifically is highlighted. It also calls for refining priorities for natural resources management and including an equity criteria in that, and identifying grant opportunities. So the natural resources prioritization and management strategies for Bloomington parks outside of the Minnesota River Valley, a title by committee, prioritizes natural resources restorations on city park property, again, outside the Minnesota River Valley, because there's a corresponding plan for the Minnesota River Valley that was completed in 2018. The current plan, like the Minnesota River Valley plan, establishes a priority list of sites and priorities for restoration within each site. It includes a budgeting tool and a list of available grant opportunities. Staff, along with the Land Stewardship Subcommittee of the Sustainability Commission, used the goals and generally the goals and the framework criteria, ranking criteria from the Minnesota River Valley plan and applied it to this current plan. The ranking criteria generally consider ecological context, conditions, equity, public access, and volunteer efforts. Dave will more in detail go through each of these ranking criteria and how they were used to get a priority list of Bloomington park sites for natural areas restoration.
All right, next slide. So this is the first of many maps we'll share with you tonight. This just shows all the parkland in Bloomington that was involved in this work. It includes some of the properties that we own that are stormwater areas and ponds and not really totally parks, but just an overview of all Bloomington's parks. Next slide. The next map we're going to show you is, you can think about what was there as far as vegetation. So this is a historic plant community map produced by the Minnesota DNR. It basically shows pre-settlement vegetation as gathered from the notes of the original land surveyors that surveyed Minnesota. It effectively describes the dominant vegetation that was found in the city. It doesn't go into great detail of rare things or rare features, but if it's highlighted in green here, it's a woodland, and that's generally very, very trusted. It's important to understand and consider the historical plant communities that were here pre-settlement, and it will guide our work, but it's not necessarily going to be the goal in every effort that we undertake. The next map we're going to show you is what the conditions are now. So these are existing land cover types that we have in parks. Blue is water. The light yellow is short grass, and that tends to be just mowed areas. And then some of the other natural features in between, including prairies and woodlands. This is a land classification map that was developed by the DNR about 20 years ago when they started evaluating urban habitat, particularly around the Mississippi River, and they didn't have any ecological tools for evaluating fragmented urban habitat, and considering things like, if you look at the top of the right-hand column, considering things like impervious surface. So it's specifically designed for doing urban work. Next slide. So this map is going to show us what was there. And these are all attributes that were used in creating the prioritization. So what's the current condition? Red is bad, green is good. If you look really close, you'll see a few green spots. The red definitely pops out more, and there's more of it. This is another DNR provided map. The next one here is, are these areas connected to one another? Is there some association between one park area and another one? It's an important consideration in that having connectivity gives weight, and that you could possibly reestablish a larger functional ecosystem if these restoration efforts were close by. So this is the conservation corridor. The conservation corridors identified by the DNR are in green along the river valley and then up along the creek. The next map is who lives nearby. Equity is important in our work, and this is a map of Hennepin County's vulnerability assessment from 2021, particularly around climate vulnerability. It identifies populations that are most vulnerable, and those are shown in the darker blue. We know that climate vulnerability is exacerbated by disparities, and this map was using 14 criteria on the right-hand side there in that chart. And it shows Bloomington's most at-risk populations, and it gave weight to park areas that were within those areas, those neighborhoods. Done with maps for a little while, so now we'll do a chart. So when you plug in all those attributes and score them, generally 0, 1, or 2, we establish this priority ranking through the tool that was developed. The 9 sites that rose to the top are in the green. And you can see that the equity metric showed up with Smith Park making the list, where in general a lot of the other areas are connected or larger and got there based on scale. Back to maps. So this is how those 9 parks look on a citywide map. They're in red, and that's where we include it just so you can see how they're laid out across the city. So the process of the planning and development of it started with a desktop analysis of things like those historic maps and things that the DNR provided. We had a consultant did field verification and site inspections to make sure that what was there written historically was still accurate. And then through the completion of the plan, they helped us identify target plant communities, and then restoration phasing and a little mini plan for each of the 9 parks. So tonight, we'll use Moyer Park, Moyer Central and Harrison Park as an example. It was one that rose to the very top of the list. It was tied with Bush Lake. And we'll look at three more maps. One will be the habitat quality that was found to be there at the site now. The next will be the target plant communities. And the third map will be the phasing or the restoration planning, if you will, for that park. So the first map here is the habitat quality. Once again, green is good, red is bad. You can see down on the lower portion of the park, there is a high quality prairie remnant on the bluff. And so this was a combination of historical data that we got from the DNR through their produced maps and field verification by our consultant. The next one is target plant communities. So identified the target plant communities based on the stuff that's in that little box there. So management goals for the area, historic plant communities were considered, existing site conditions like the slope aspect, the soil, the sunlight, and any past disturbances that maybe could be overcome easily or could be more difficult, and any existing species that are rare and you want to preserve. And then this map is the phasing. So you can see the brighter pink, and with the number 1 in it is the initial phase recommended through the plan. That happens to coincide with the green area that was in the plan. That's no accident. And then you spread out and go to the next lighter color of green or of pink, which was represented by the number 2 priorities within the park. And that will provide a buffer area around the high quality areas that you've already restored and brought back to as good a condition as we would like to. And then it'll provide a buffer to keep those areas, keep invasive pressure out of them. So for this plan, I got one, yeah, thank you, Mike. For an example, this plan, the restoration and maintenance of this site is estimated at approximately $800,000. That's restoration initial, and then follow-up maintenance for 20 years, just for perspective. And we'll talk more about costs in this slide. So using average costs, which is how we arrived at that last figure, from recent restorations and maintenance work, in today's dollars for the entire plan, the cost is estimated at approximately $4 million over 20 years to restore and maintain. Now you're phasing in the restoration, so it's important to understand that as you restore areas, then your follow-up maintenance increases as you work through the plan. And we know that natural resources management in an urban area is a long-term commitment, and they may be more self-sustaining, but they are not entirely self-sustaining. They'll always need some follow-up maintenance and treatment for years to come. Just to touch on some of the things we've already been doing and are doing. One of the things that we're proud of in 2009, we began looking at areas that we mow in parks, and took out 24 acres initially that weren't really programmed or used, and we just began mowing them less frequently, basically, and now we're converting them to prairie. So we've still got 20 sites left to go. It totals 24 acres now, and it's been a program that's helped save time and fuel and greenhouse gas and wear and tear on equipment over the years. And then currently, guys like Wade and Rick here, they restored and maintain those levels of natural areas listed there, 132 acres or so of prairie right now, and 42 acres of woodland, including that bluff prairie remnant that I think Wade did a video with communications this week, and it'll be part of September's Discover Bloomington episode, talking about those very prairie areas in Central Park that showed up as green and as a first priority. This might be my last slide. Yeah, I got one more. So this we put in here to talk about the Conservation Partners Legacy Grant application, which was an earlier agenda item. The area for that project is indicated in the red hash marks right around the pond house and the pond site. It's flanked by 20-acre projects on either side that we've done within the last 5 years or so. And so it really fits the mold of the plan to continue existing work. This is a high-value site, both culturally and programmatically for the city. And then ecologically, this has got some really neat features, some south and west facing slopes that'll have the ability to be restored to really nice open savanna woodlot, and then a spring-fed stream that starts up farther in the north and goes all the way to the river. So with all those things going for it, we believe that the DNR will look favorably on a project like this and award our grant. We'll be applying for that later this week. We've already got the application open. We'll be submitting that. So,
concluding with next steps. The packet included a list of work that's in progress right now, including the project Dave just highlighted. It included new projects that are prioritized within this plan. You'll recall the Park System Master Plan talked a lot about how we're integrating natural resource restoration into all our park improvement projects. The 2024 park improvements are doing that, and that work is in progress as well. A new natural resources manager will develop a natural resources program using a lot of the information in this plan. Budget, work plans, long-range planning for new projects and maintenance, forestry plans, and provide additional coordination with our water resources staff on integrating this work with green infrastructure and other work that program is doing. Additionally, that person will work to develop a natural resources volunteer program. Volunteers have contributed substantially to our natural resources efforts so far and are a big part of implementation of this work. I think, today we respond to requests and do our best to program those people into where we think it makes sense ecologically. This plan will help us guide those volunteers better. We hope to proactively provide opportunities and then seek participation to that kind of volunteerism in the future. And then finally, integrating natural resources management into the current GIS project that's underway. This will help us with asset management of the work Dave talked about. Provide an understanding of resource allocation and needs towards this work, combined with the operations and maintenance plan to understand resource allocation and needs across the park maintenance division that incorporates all their work, including natural resources, and then improved internal and external communication about the work. Some of the information Dave presented tonight about the acres that we're currently maintaining and acres being converted from no-mow was recent GIS work that we're assembling as part of this GIS project. And we're excited to be able to communicate better externally and understand better internally what all that work is too. With that, we will stand for questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Loman. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I am sure I'm not going to be the only one that sits up here and says that I'm very excited. I know, right? So thank you for all of the work that you've done so far, and I appreciated all the maps and tables. I'm a highly visual person, so I really enjoyed looking over those. And I also really appreciated just the very clear overlay and consideration of a variety of criteria as you went through and considered the different park priorities. So I have two questions. As it relates to Bush Lake and I guess land in the Three Rivers Park kind of district area, do you envision that we'll be partnering with them at all? Do they do any kind of work around natural resources restoration? And I guess I'm just curious because they're a large agency, and I just wonder, given the costs and the resource needs in the Bush Lake area, would they be a partner in this potentially?
I can mention one other partner, Councilmember Carter, and then I'll turn it over to Renee to talk about regional park funding. So we already partner with 9 Mile Creek Watershed District on a great deal of maintenance and management of the shoreline around Bush Lake. So I look at those number ones as being probably sort of low-hanging fruit and won't need a bunch of extra work. They're already being taken care of pretty closely. I'll let Renee talk about regional park funding.
Mayor and Councilmember Carter, partnership with Three Rivers Park District on managing natural resources in the regional park has been discussed in the master plan and among staff. In Highland Bush Anderson generally, the city owns part of it. Three Rivers owns part of it. It's one unit of park reserve. And to date, we generally are managing our own property. We have funding through the state legislature from the Clean Water Conservation Funds that potentially can be applied to land restoration. And, specifically around Bush Lake, the Watershed District is a natural partner, and I think a lot of that work is covered. I think looking at natural resources management and even other recreation opportunities with Three Rivers Park in the park system is definitely something we'll explore.
Great, awesome. Well, then my second question was related to the volunteer program that you brought up, so I was glad to hear that, because I did wonder how we were going to engage community members and volunteers and neighborhoods. And so I guess as you build that out, one of the things that I know when I have gone out across the city and I've talked to people, residents in their homes, I mean, it seems like invasive species comes up over and over, not just in, the city-owned properties, but in people's own backyards. And so just wanting to make sure we're also educating the public on kind of best practices and providing tools, which I know we do a lot of that already, but just how can we really enhance those best practices? Because obviously if we take care of the parkland, but then, residents don't totally know how to address the invasive species on their own properties, it doesn't help. We need to take kind of a citywide approach. So I guess I would just add that. But otherwise, I think this is really awesome. I'm super excited, and I'm looking forward to continuing to have the conversations. And also, good luck on the the funding opportunities piece. I know there's a lot of grants and opportunities out there right now for this type of work. So,
thank you,
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to just start off right away, just very quickly, and thank the city manager. I know that it was maybe a year or so ago that this particular topic came up, and Tim Sandri and I were on the phone with you, very nervous about how this whole natural resources piece would be handled. And I just want to say thank you. Your staff was able to handle it in a great way, and I know there was many hands involved with this, staff, the Parks and Recs, sustainability, and a number of other folks who I don't want to, I'll probably miss. So I just want to thank anybody who was had their hands in trying to move this forward. And I just very thankful that we're able to do it in the way in which we were able to do it. Given the cost projections that were shared here with Moyer Park as an example in Central Park, and this is maybe more so a question for city manager and the council. I know at one point we had asked the question whether or not natural resources made sense from a bonding perspective, maybe lifting that in or putting that with Dewan. I wanted to just throw that question out as we get ready to do some of our discussions as a priority. Does some of these costs make sense? Are there some regionality to some of our parks that would make sense to go to the legislature and ask that question? And I'm not necessarily looking for an answer today, but as I look at this and I look at that cost and some of the things that are out there, that's a question that I have as a council member.
Mr. Verbrugge.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Councilmember Lohman, we can certainly revisit the eligibility for certain projects. And just to be clear for everybody, I think you're talking about the local option sales tax and whether projects of this nature would be eligible as it to be included for funding those. I do know that parks are eligible, but there's also strings around those parks too. So we'll do some additional homework.
Thank you. Yeah, just a few other items here, and then Councilmember Carter brought it up a little bit with those neighborhoods that are around the park. So, for example, Moyer Park and Central Park is an example. I know that for bluff protection, sometimes that there's zones around that area where there's certain things you can do from the development area, and I just wonder if we might, if other cities have done that with their natural resource plans at all, where they said, okay, well, we're going to create a new buffer zone around this to try to do some protection for those areas that are around there. So I'd be curious about what other steps could be taken, for example, like that would help people to kind of guide them in the direction so we can kind of continue to keep that historical map. And then my final couple of questions here, or actually I got a statement after this, but is oftentimes we're trying to work towards a goal from natural preservation state. And we've seen this over the last several years with the public, where the goal and the idea of to preserve a property or a space within the city, it takes resources and dollars to kind of do that, and that's the ideal. And then there's these values like accessibility and equity and best uses of the property. And I saw in the plan these different priorities in terms of how we judge the different areas. And what I'm curious about, and just to make it more concrete in terms of an example, is so for example, we've got parking lots that are in a lot of these parks, and there's this ongoing battle between whether or not we should turn those parks into a natural preservation state, where it's just rocks and that kind of thing, or some other kind of thing that seems to be more of a natural preservation state, or some of these other issues. And I wanted to know how we were going to balance that within the plan. And then also there's a community conversation that's out there around those pieces as well. And so that's what I'm curious. Maybe you can't answer that tonight. I know we're late in time, but that's something this council member is particularly interested as we kind of move along. I'm not sure if you want to take a crack at that now or just we can wait. I'm happy to wait. But I just wanted to thank you for bringing up the pond house earlier today. That takes one less thing off the list I have to talk about later on today. And that's a great example of how we're kind of, as the college I went to, Augsburg, we're militantly modest about the things that we do around sustainability. I know one day I was shocked that we had utensils that were that you could just dispose of, and so again, I want to thank the staff for continuing to value that sustainability and also natural resources that we're talking about today. Thank you.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Hooray. Thank you guys for this work. It's great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to share a couple things. I think it would be very interesting to, if possible, to take a couple of additional pieces of data and kind of overlay them to just kind of understand. Maybe it's what Councilmember Lohman was suggesting. I'm not sure, but I'd love to see this overlaid with our zoning map, because I think one of the things that I'm noticing is because we don't have, when these things are not connected together, we don't necessarily take specific natural resource priorities into account, maybe when we make development decisions, for example. I'll just make an example of that based on the 86th and Penn designation. I actually don't have a problem with densification, but I do think we probably could have put some more conditions on that property, considering how important it is to the upper Penn Lake. And all this work that we're doing from an environmental perspective on the water quality there, and then to put a multi-use housing project there that will probably hire a commercial pesticide and, you know, landscaper to like throw a bunch of chemicals into a place that goes right into the water that we're trying to fix, right? So I would like for us to maybe overlay that, if we could look at that, and if that's related to what Councilmember Lohman was saying, like when these things butt up against each other, in the same way that when residential butts up against industrial and we have to deal with noise or we have to deal with lighting, can we think about that as a function? So I think another map might be in order. I love that idea. Absolutely. And then the other thing I would say is, I think it's also really important for people for the scale of this to come into to some frame if possible. So you mentioned, for example, 132 acres of prairie and 42 acres of woodland in the Pond Lake area, 20 acres, now 16, a total of 56 acres. What percentage is that of the total available natural resources space that we have? Because I know that sounds like a lot when I'm thinking of like my 3rd acre property. And I'm like, wow, that's like 42 of those. That's amazing. I don't think it's even 5% of Bloomington. And so I think we need to provide that scale to people so that when we come back over and over again and we talk about the importance of these projects, we give people an understanding of what we're really trying to do. Convert 10% of Bloomington as close as possible back to its state, or 20%, or what the number is. So I'd love to see that called out. As you talk about in your action plan, developing ways to communicate to the community, I think that would be very helpful. I know it would be helpful to me as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of just clarifying questions as I'm kind of picturing the scales you helpfully provided. So that land cover classification system, what's the benchmark that the bright green perfect areas are set to? So you had mentioned we're not going to be shooting for what it looked like in the 1830s here. Is that what is considered perfect on that scale? Or do we know what they consider pristine?
I don't have Councilmember Martin, I don't have that definition right offhand. First of all, they're invasive free for the most part, and they're going to have unique historic plant communities. Okay. I can speak to the one in Moyer Park there. You know, it is a remnant prairie. It was, because of its steepness and its location, it was never plowed, it was never disturbed. Those are the kinds of things that allow that high ranking. It was never disturbed. It's essentially the same as it was, and it doesn't have a lot of invasive pressure on it. Is that helpful?
Yeah, thank you. And in terms of our, so the highest priority of our parks listings, of our sequencing, I guess, are we shooting to take things from red all the way to green? Is there a different target for how many levels we're moving up depending on the park? What should people expect in terms of the transformation they're going to be seeing? Just in general.
Yeah, Councilmember Martin. I don't think it's affordable or doable to get all of them back to that pre-settlement historic vegetation. I think the plan really speaks to protecting what is already high quality and then removing invasives and installing and establishing more native self-sustaining vegetation surrounding it.
That makes sense. And I think moving forward, and especially as we communicate this work to residents, I think it'd be helpful to say, as you mentioned, getting to green, that ship sailed in 1830. I mean, that's, we call them invasive species, but they're going to be here forever now. So it's just kind of a term. But I really like the realism of the way this has been targeted, the long-term approach to it. And I think being able to allow people to say, just because it's not going all the way, incremental change can snowball and be really noticeable. And I appreciate how purposeful that is here. So, thank you both.
Council, any other comments? Well, thank you. Thanks for the information. Thanks for the work on this. And I know we've been talking about this for a while, so it's good to see it come to fruition. And as Councilmember Carter said, I appreciate the maps. I like to see them. They're helpful and useful. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 5.5 on our agenda is our City Council policy and issue update. I'll report out very quickly here. Our listening session this evening, we heard from Mr. Kent Miller, a first-time speaker in front of us at our listening session. Had some good conversation about the way that Bloomington streets are made available and useful for pedestrians and bicyclists. He actually complimented the traffic flow in the city, but had significant concerns about the safety for non-auto users. And we had a good discussion about our multimodal transportation in the city of Bloomington, about our alternative transportation plan, and a very good discussion about a lot of different things. It was good to see him, and it was a good conversation. We also heard from Sally Ness, who had questions about the conditional use permit and some decisions made back in 2012, 2013 related to what's the word I'm looking for?
Easement.
Easements, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Easements regarding Smith Park and the parking lot that went in there. So, in all, once again, it's good to see a new face and to meet Mr. Miller and to talk to him and to hear some of his concerns about the city of Bloomington. So, Mr. Verbrugge.
Mr. Mayor and council members, no new items from me this evening.
Thank you. Council, anything tonight? Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief here, but to the point about the listening session discussions, one thing I have noticed is it's not a frequent trend. It didn't happen tonight because we only had 2 people come to speak, but occasionally when we have, shall we say, larger numbers, 3, 4, 5 folks, you know, the time that's allotted to individual speakers can be pretty small, 5, 6 minutes. And it seems to me that some folks come with a longer list, maybe 2, 3, 4 items that they would like to talk about, and get frustrated when they're not able to either talk about all of them or get into the level of specificity that they would like to have a discussion on. And I think what this amounts to is that if you have a longer list, perhaps the listening session is not the most appropriate way to bring that to the council. So I guess what I'm getting at is maybe staff wants to consider, I mean, can't regulate it per se, but additional maybe instruction or suggestions for most efficient use of everyone's time when it comes to these listening sessions. I'm thinking specifically of one person who came, I think it was last week, who had, you know, a list of 3 items, all of which were very substantive that they wanted to discuss, and we were only able to talk about one of them. And so I think it would be good to help set expectations and perhaps provide suggestions for how to more substantively discuss things with the council beyond the listening session, so that we can try and avoid some of that frustration that I've just kind of noticed here and there from folks who come.
I appreciate that, council member, and I think to Mr. Brillert's credit, he does that to a certain degree, and I know that because I've heard him from my office as he's tried to talk people through what to expect, what to prepare for, how to, you know, what to do basically during the listening sessions. And so agree with you. I think we could probably clarify and refine that a little bit, but I think Matt does a nice job to this point. I've heard him do a nice job already, and yes, sometimes we have too many speakers and it does get a little bit short, but like our speaker last time, it didn't preclude that speaker from coming back this week when there would have been more time and the ability to speak. So, but I appreciate your comments, and I'm sure Mr. Brillert is taking copious notes over there as we go. Councilmember Lohman.
I just had one item I wanted to mention tonight, which was on the consent agenda, and I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of, again, just another example of how our staff is finding ways in which to fund some of our necessary items. 3.10 was a FEMA assistance to firefighter grant acceptance. Basically, this is awarded from FEMA for additional, for an exhaust system for 4 of our fire stations. a previous AFG grant award was used to install vehicle exhaust systems in Station 1 and 3, and diesel exhaust is known as a health hazard and carcinogen. Controlling these emissions in the stations during and after the response is a significant health benefit, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to mention. I know we as a council serve as the health board as well, and so I wanted to make sure that that we were aware of that. And so it's over $100,000 in terms of the award for this. And so I just again want to thank staff for getting those grant dollars. And this is another example of how we are focused and moving forward with the priority around protection and with fire and police as a part of our levy. And we're ongoingly trying to work on that as a city. So thank you, Mayor.
Others? Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will. There were a couple of follow-ups that I took offline. So if we could just try to maybe throw them out here. One was I'd love to just understand the utility stuff a little bit more, especially as it relates to our delinquencies. In part because I think, as Ms. Economy Schuler mentioned, the number stays fairly static, and that's interesting, right? Despite the trends over the last few years, it's stayed fairly static. Maybe we could go back a little bit further and understand whether that's a trend, but also the breakup of commercial versus residential would be interesting. As Councilmember Nelson probably knows, people float lots of things, and I'm just wondering if we're part of a larger, float, if you will, from a budgetary perspective, because if it gets pushed out to the assessment period, then I can put it in Q4 instead of Q2, and whatever. I think it would be important to know. And then the third thing, though, that we don't talk about is the opportunity cost of not having those dollars. So when we don't have $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 in our coffers when we should have them, is there interest dollars? Is there other things that is being missed as a result of that? And I'd be curious to know what that looks like, what the opportunity cost is of the work that's done to try to track all this stuff down, and also just in interest dollars and other things like that might be of benefit to us to understand. So I'd hope that would be okay. Maybe it's not something it's not obviously a high priority, but I think it's worth us looking into, especially in light of the fact that we've added more to that bucket recently with the organics rollout and that kind of thing. Then the only other thing I have is I did get contacted today, this week, by someone I had talked to before that about whether or not we are ever going to consider paid parental leave for the city of Bloomington employees themselves. And so I don't know whether or not the HR budget that we'll see, the administration budget that we'll see coming forward or anything has any new items in it or anything like that. But I'd be curious to know whether or not that's on deck, whether the makeup and schema of that is inclusive of that or not. It is, important to some people because people are talking about it. So I want to throw that out there and find out if we could either address it one way or the other as the budget comes up for HR and administration. That's
Mr.
all.
Brewing, is there a conversation of that internally within?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember D'Alessandro, it has been a conversation for several years, as a matter of fact. As I think you probably understand, it's a term and condition of employment, and so it is negotiable amongst our collective bargaining units. We have had discussions about it in the past. It has not worked its way into a final agreement. We are actively discussing it, and I think you'll probably see something related to it in the not too distant future. On the other point too, if I may, Mr.
Please.
Mayor, the question about the utility billing and the delinquencies. We do factor in a delinquency rate, Councilmember D'Alessandro, so that we build those collections in as part of our budgets. One of the things that I have discovered, and I cannot explain why this is, but there are just a number of people, to your idea of the float, who choose not to pay their utility bills, and they choose instead to have them put onto their taxes after we assess them. I bet if we go and look at that list, we will find some frequent flyers on there. And it's been that way in every city that I have worked in. And I can't understand why that is, because it seems it's a financial disincentive. But there are people who do that anyway.
And Mr. Verbrugge, you had something else you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, I neglected two things. It's not just one, it's two. So the first was that you're aware that Chief Hodges is focused on developing a values-based culture in the Bloomington Police Department, and we're starting a process where there will be departmental and community shared input into the development of those values. Focus groups are starting up. So the chief has asked of the council members if you are interested in maybe identifying a handful of people who might participate in business and civic leader focus groups. So I'll forward out additional information that the chief has provided to us. And if there are some folks in the community that you think would be good voices to include, we'd certainly welcome your input into that process. The second item is just reiterating an ask I had last week. I didn't get any takers for the audit committee, and I know that some of you are just itching to do that, and I understand the reluctance to be so eager in public. But I would strongly encourage you to share with me your interest offline. Thank you.
Not everybody at once, though. Okay. Council, is there anything else? Hearing nothing, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion and a second to adjourn tonight's meeting. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you much for your participation tonight. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks to the staff. Well done. Good meeting. Thanks all.